Yo. Here we go. All right. Sick. Isn't it great that we have the dropkick Murphys? Yeah, what up, fam? How you doing? Okay, so hopefully today will not be too crazy. What's up, Moraine? How you doing? So I decided to do something, kind of while I was working on other stuff. And maybe I just need to get rid of here. Do I want to get rid of them? Let's just get rid of these. Get rid of those. But here's what I want to do. Let's get rid of this. I don't care. I'll leave that one in there. I'll leave these in here too. Although I'm going to remake this page. So, I wanted to do something. So I'm going to add the total multiplier that you get from a source on each page so you can see it in real time. I think that's pretty cool. Right. I think that's pretty cool. So total here will equal product of here and this.
I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 42.
Squirrely, thank you very much for the 42 months. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. 42 months isn't, hey, real quick. That's 3.5 years. That's an insane amount of time. Quick math. That's insane. Thank you so much for all the continued support. You, like, legitimately, you've been here nearly from the beginning. Thank you very much, man. That's crazy. What's going on, Raven? How you doing, Graham? We got trolling. What's good? What's good? What's good? So I'm making the tool a little bit better, where I'm going to include these values. In fact, did I already do this one? Hold on. Just took a 5+ hour round trip yesterday to pick up the newest members of my family. Her name is Mitzi, a Corgi Australian Shepherd mix. Corgi Shepherd mix. Oh! We can put Australian. Oh! Are you kidding me? They come in fun size? What up, Blood? That's why I show support. Thank you. They come in fun size? Trying to maintain your sanity with 3 daughters? Godspeed. What up, Moyen? How you doing? I didn't know you could make a small Australian. I mean, Australian Shepherds are also like a fairly small breed, but they're more like a medium breed. But I didn't know you could just make them in small size. You'll post a pic in the Discord. That's all I care about right now. This is all, when are you gonna post one? As fast as possible, please. Oof. Same. I won't be leaving until I see this dog. Also, shouts to all these great people over. I hope Lowe's doing well. I saw Ryu's been streaming a lot recently. My boy Woot. Love my boy Woot. Two-month-old twin girls. You went from having 1 daughter to having 3 daughters at once? Homie. That's 3 times as many daughters. That might be too many daughters. Pet Taz, thank you very much for the follow. Okay. So, did I do Paragon? Paragon is here. Yes, Paragon is here. Because Paragon is based off blood value here. Okay. And now I have it so I can show it as a value of 1. Great. Okay. So now we have to make a glyphs table. And then we're actually kind of close. I also want to put in unique items. A glyphs table. A glyphs. Okay, that doesn't really help, huh? Boop. Boop. Okay, and then... Should I let you put in the level of your glyph? Should I? No. No, I don't think I will. Oh, also, do I actually want... I'm not gonna let you put in levels. Mitzi just made her debut on the general chat on the Discord. Raven, I just realized your name is Macrolite Ravenwolf in Discord. Are you calling yourself an acolyte of the machination? Did I just get this? Also, everybody, say hello to Mitzi, the Australian Shepherd Corgi. Look at her little toes and this little snoot and these little floppy ears. Dogs are... What up, Bacterial? Dogs are the best thing. It's the best thing the universe has ever delivered to us as human beings. Oh, God, I love this dog. We gotta open this in the browser. Look at this little face. Look at this little dog. Made the comment last year, Riker has his rage and you have your macrolites, and macrolites are promoting being larger than life in all things necro. Look at this little dog! That's a good dog. Snoot! Look at his little snoot! Hello! What are we doing? Why? Who the fuck cares about Diablo 4? Who cares about Revel? This little baby. Look at this perfect little dog. Look at this perfect little dog. Look at her. Look at her. The snoot. Top tier snoot. Great coloration. Great dog. 10 out of 10. Would love that dog forever. Okay, now here we activate, we insert drop down another item. Yes. Boop, boop. Boop. Great. 10 out of 10. A yes and a yes and a no and a no. Okay. Although it could be used by Frosty, so if that happens, my bad. Nah, that's fine, man. This is a great dog. This is 10 out of 10 dog right here. Look at this dog. 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 What? Who cares? Look at little Pete's. Little toe beans. Little Pete's, little Pete's, little Pete's. A tap, tap, tap. A tap, tap, tap. A tap, a tap, a tap, tap, tap. Ruffled a tummy. Ruffled a tummy, tap, tap, tap. Hey, if it's like part of the stereotype of millennials that we love dogs too much and we talk like babies to dogs, I'm fine with having that stereotype. You know, I'm fine with that. Look at this fucking perfect little dog. Look at this perfect little dog right here. Look at this little buppo. That's a good boy. Oh, he's a good boy. Oh, he's a good boy. Ruffled a tum, ruffled a tum. Tap the Pete's, tap the Pete's, tap the Pete's. Ruffled a tum, boop the snoot. Massage the eye. Mitzi's a she? Yeah, she's a good beau. The good beau is a reference to Letterkenny, where the main character, played by Jared Kiso, goes, "Oh, he's such a good beau. He's such a good beau." And my brain is half Letterkenny brain rot. So every dog is a good beau. All right, I'm gonna hide this so that you all can't see my DMs. 10 out of 10 dog. I went to type dog to put a dog emoji react on your picture, but I accidentally wrote bog, which is funny because from a random LARP Discord that I apparently joined, they do just have an emote of a duck with a gun in its mouth. I was like, what the? That is in fact not a dog. Okay. Back to what I was doing. Leak the DMs. What do I have for DMs? Do I have any good DMs? You know what? I can't leak any of these DMs. I just can't. They all have NDA information in them because I only talk to cool people. But it does unironically have NDA stuff in it, so I actually can't leak it. Okay, so glyphs. Are any of the glyphs different for... I guess technically this should be multiplied by and dominate should actually be and exploit should be multiplied by now, did I do that here as well? So bloodbath should be Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Get 50% chance to overpower, roughly? Put these to 100 for right now. Did you add an attack speed requirement to them with scaling? Attack speed will be at the end for DPS. Iron Golem, Sacrifice, and Grandfather. It seems like it should get a composite. So Iron Maiden is a natural 1.35. Grandfather is a natural 2. So that means together it is 2 times 1.35. But if you were to go test 100 damage instances with these two things together, you would see, on average, a 2.7 times increase in your critical strike damage. But I think you might have an incorrect assumption about how multipliers work, just very quickly. So there are two things to understand here. Grandfather says it increases critical strike damage by 100%. What this means is, if you successfully critically strike, add a 2 times multiplier to your final damage number. It doesn't differently impact just critical strike damage. This is something that comes up a lot. So when you critically strike, all of the damage that you dealt was critical strike damage. Not just a portion of it was critical strike damage. When you overpower, all of the damage that you deal is overpower damage. Now, one of the issues in the game is that these things which specifically multiply a particular damage type show up in your character sheet as an overinflation of how much damage you get from those sources. And that's just not true, except for skills which specifically read your character sheet for scaling, which would be Bone Storm. But Iron Golem does modify your sheet critical strike damage for the purposes of Bone Storm scaling. But this doesn't actually modify your damage like that. It just says if you crit, you do 35% total more damage. Is that a problem? It is a huge problem, yes. Because the game doesn't actually work like that, except now they've added in things which scale off of it. So another example is actually Deathless Visage. Deathless Visage actually scales off of what your sheet crit is, but the item itself doesn't even properly calculate it. Which is very funny. But you don't actually do as much damage as your character sheet says you do, because it's overinflated by things that say they specifically modify particular damage types when they don't actually. Do you know the damage difference between Doombringer and Grandfather for an overpower? That question needs like 6 more pieces of information. Grandfather does not modify... Grandfather does not add a damage multiplier for overpowering. It has maximum life on it. And it has additive damage on it in all stats. Doombringer has all stats and maximum life percent. So there's not a 1-to-1 difference between those two things. Playing as a Barb and a Rogue, moving through the game by playing that way, I've had no problem. Before I assume stuff, what does that statement mean? Like, can you be specifically, like, much more detailed about what that statement means? What does it mean playing that way? Like, reading your character sheet? Reading your character sheet wouldn't negatively or positively impact your experience. With the knowledge that additive buckets are impacted by multipliers in a build, but they're not. They're mathematically not. The thing, like, the reason why you haven't had a problem is because since they all apply to your total damage, if you look at a thing and you say, this increases my damage, it's actually increasing your damage significantly more than that. So, not attempting to be demeaning, of course you have not been negatively impacted by this thing, because you are literally getting a better outcome from it than what your character sheet says. And you can't know if you're being, you can't prove a negative. Or you can't disprove a negative, right? Where it's like, I don't know that it does more than this. So, I haven't been negatively impacted because I have been making good decisions without knowing it. So you don't know you haven't been making accurate decisions or the impact that they've been having. So is it wrong? Is it wrong? It's wrong because it's just not how it works. When I see a 1000 all damage and I take a glyph that multiplies my all damage, and I look and the all damage says, I'm not supposed to do that. I don't know what supposed to means in this context. But like, so if you take anything that says all damage, you know that applies to your damage regardless of the status of what you've done. Right? You know that increases your damage even if you don't crit, even if you don't overpower, even if you don't apply vulnerable. So are you wrong? Like what does wrong mean? I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of a trouble trying to engage with the topic because I'm not exactly sure what the desired outcome of the topic is. But believing that multipliers only impact a single additive damage source will lead you to make incorrect assumptions about how to properly outfit and empower your build, and you will perform significantly worse than somebody who understands those systems and applies them properly, given enough attempts at making optimal builds. I like disproving negatives and chewing bubblegum, and I'm all out of gum. What up, Frosty? How you doing? Frosty, look at this dog. This is an Australian Shepherd Corgi mix. I know they look big, but they're actually small. Look at this dog. That's it. That's all I wanted to show you. Am I supposed to not use multiplicatives to multiply an additive bucket, for example? You can't use multipliers to multiply an additive bucket because they don't do that. It's just the character sheet says it does, but it just doesn't. So like you can't choose to use a crit multiplier to modify your additive damage unless very specifically on the Necromancer you're using Deathless Visage or Bone Storm, which reads the overinflated stat sheet. Damage on gear intercom. It says it multiplies damage. Why wouldn't that make sense? Again, I'm not sure what makes sense means, Vanilla. Like, all aspects multiply your damage as long as you meet the requirements. So putting on an aspect to increase your damage makes sense. The question makes sense could only pertain to the thought experiment of how do I make this damage number the biggest, which would be a thought experiment. And then it would also make sense to do it there because you've made the number the biggest. But if the thought experiment is actually, how do I make this build do the most damage? Or am I doing the most damage? Then yes, it is wrong. You have failed. It's bad. It doesn't make sense because it doesn't work that way. What up, Mustache? How you doing? So, like, if the question is, how do I make this additive damage number in my character sheet the biggest? Yes, it makes sense to do it that way. If the question is, how do I focus on just having one type of damage rather than dealing with conditionals? I guess it makes sense there. So, like, but that's just not mechanically what happens. I think you're asserting that shouldn't happen by saying it doesn't work that way, but I don't see why it shouldn't. Why it shouldn't work that way. Why what shouldn't work what way? That's how Bloodwave is working? Bloodwave is not working. Bloodwave has damage to healthy targets, which is overinflated by the character sheet, which is very specifically read by a modifier which reads character sheet. Very specifically for damage to healthy, and that's it. But saying that's how Bloodwave works is ignoring the 6 to 8 other damage facets that go into how Bloodwave optimally applies damage to its build. Skills read stat sheet. Stat sheet influences damage. Multipliers multiply character sheet. Makes sense to you. Right, except it's wrong. Like, I'm not asserting this. I'm not saying it shouldn't. I'm not saying it needs to be different. I'm saying it doesn't work that way. That's not how it works, and that's not me. That's just the coding of the game. So because it doesn't work that way, they should change it. Why? Because they made a shitty thing. I can't defend it. It's bad and wrong, and it shouldn't be that way. But the questions are confusing me a bit because I am not responsible for this thing. It's wrong, according to how the game works. If it worked that way, it would be fine, but it doesn't, so it's wrong. Like, yeah, that's all I got. It's just the game doesn't work that way, so it shouldn't lie. And then by using the thing which is inaccurately describing the functionality of the game to then inform proper functionality. I'm fine, I'm just curious about my perspective. I don't have a perspective. Not really, right? It's the character sheet does not work that way. So I guess my perspective is, so it should show how it does work, which is it should just be a list of the damage values that you have, just so that you can reference them. So my perspective is the game shouldn't lie to you. I don't really think that that's like a perspective or an opinion Not really, right? That's kind of just like an objective statement. It's technically an opinion in that maybe not everybody shares it, but I think anybody who doesn't share it is wrong on an objective level. Yeah. Asking how does it lie? It's just, I mean, I've explained it. And I'm only becoming slightly frustrated because it's just like, that's just it. It's just inaccurate. And I don't know how else to say it. It's just not correct. It just doesn't do that. So the primary conceit of the character stat sheet is that multipliers only apply to the additive damage that shares its name. So players believe that the grandfather will only modify their additive crit damage before it's applied to your total damage in the calculation. But that's not how it works. It just says if you crit, multiply your damage by 2. Isn't arbitrary? It's not arbitrary. It is perfectly, factually, objectively true. The only way it could be considered arbitrary is if there's a misunderstanding of its objective truth, but it is an objectively true statement. Multipliers do not apply specifically to additive damage pools. They apply to your damage if you meet the criteria. Secondarily to that, they also show in your character sheet as if they have applied specifically just to that additive damage. That is not accurate. That is not what happens in the calculation. Adding on to this confusion, there are systems in the game which then refer to the overinflated number to then derive a new multiplier, which gets added to the equation. So the inflated number both is in no way, shape, or form accurate to the amount of it that you have or how it impacts your damage, yet also will then be read as a multiplier for a skill, which it still will not apply to properly because the amount of additive damage that you have isn't actually applied to the damage in that way. You cannot receive results contrary to this statement because you can't, because that's how the game functions. So here is my critical strike damage. It says I have 928% critical strike damage. If you were to believe this, you would think that as part of the equation, I would take my weapon base, the modifier from my skill, and then I would check my additive damage pool as a single multiplier. You would add 900 additive damage from here and 15,760 additive damage from here. You would put that together as a multiplier. You would leave it there. You would then add on any aspects that apply to damage and any effects which then say double, right? So in this example, do you believe that the grandfather doubles the amount of damage that you deal while critting? Or do you believe that the grandfather modifies your additive damage value before it gets put into the bucket? Tell me out loud, what does increases your critical strike damage by 100% mean? Is it a multiplier or does it just modify your additive damage? Hole at the time of hit. Okay, so let's do that, right? So 928 damage. Let me show you the impact of all of this. I think that'll be a really good example. Also, this has been I want you to understand, this is a misunderstanding that is perpetuated from the beginning of the game. I've made 5 videos on it, getting me hundreds of thousands of views at this point, disproving this very thing, and basically every season it pops back up. So I have covered this a whole bunch. But let's look at if that could ever possibly be true. Right? We're going to scroll down here for a hot second. So, right now, I have 928. Oh, what's happened? How is this? What? What the fuck just happened? Okay, that was wild. So according to this, I currently have 900. Stop it. I have 928.4 critical strike damage. I have 15,760.6 overpower damage. I have 110 vulnerable damage. I have 490 all damage. I'm a Sever build, so I have 88.1 damage with Shadow. I have 457.2 damage versus elites. I have 105 damage versus crowd controlled. I have 20 damage versus healthy. I have 150 damage while healthy. And then I have 268.4 damage while fortified. So that means in total I have 18,000 damage. Did I get my all damage in here? I did, right? I did. Okay, so right now, this is my total. I have 18,377 damage. To figure out what kind of multiplier that is, it's 1 plus this number divided by 100. So I currently have a 184 times damage multiplier for my additive damage. My additive damage is multiplying my damage right now by 184 times. That's how additive damage would work if we read all of these numbers. Only if conditions are met, all does not damage. Sure, please. Yes. I have 100% chance to crit. I have 100% chance to overpower. I have 100% uptime on vulnerable. This build maintains fortified status 100% of the time. It maintains healthy 100% of the time. So let's say I maintain all of these things, which any good build should do. That means that my additive damage right now would multiply my damage by 184 times. These requirements are not hard. I have 100% chance to crit when I'm in combat. I overpower 100% of the time. I have 100% uptime on vulnerable. I only do shadow damage. All damage is neutral. I'm hitting an elite. They are crowd controlled. I am healthy. They are healthy. I am fortified. Okay. Do you believe that any build gains 184 times damage multiplication from additive damage? Do you think that's real and that happens? The first hint here is that does not happen. But let's just say it does for the purposes of this argument. So I'm going to take off this item and I'm going to equip the grandfather. Okay. So if we believe that all these things are going to continue to be true, so by equipping the grandfather, who all the grandfather does is supposedly multiply my critical strike damage by 100%, meaning doubling my critical strike damage. Right? That's what that means. Do we agree that it should double your critical strike damage? My Excel formula is wrong. I'm summing 2 columns. Oh, that's interesting. How did that happen? Okay, sure. Oh, that's, yeah, this helps. Thank you. So we believe that this thing's only impact is to double your crit damage, and it doesn't modify your not crit damage. Okay. So this is what the world would look like if that was accurate, right? So my first question would be, how come I got more than double my crit damage? Right. There's no crit damage on here. Right, if we look at crit damage, 928, 928. How come this new multiplier, which doubles it, gives me more than just double the value? And Crimson, to your question, the answer is yes. How would I possibly get more than 2 times the total? When you apply multiply, so just to answer that, once we're at the applying multipliers, once you have a multiplier, once you're at the multiplier, once you're no longer modifying additive, once you're at a multiplier, multiplying a thing, it doesn't matter when you apply it. This says multiply it by 2. How do I possibly get more than 2? How is it physically possible? There's no trick question here. The answer is it's impossible. It is literally impossible to take a number, multiply it by 2, and get a bigger number than 2 times that value. There's no secret trick here. It is impossible. There are instances that multipliers are active when they're active only in combat. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about at all. That would then just add a multiplier. Which again, it doesn't matter when you add multipliers. Like taking 2 and then multiplying it by 4 and then multiplying it by 5 is the exact same thing as taking 2 and multiplying it by 5 and multiplying it by 4. It doesn't matter where you put them in the equation. How do I multiply my crit damage by 2 and get a larger than 2 times outcome? And I want to give you, I really want to give you this. There is no trick here. What I'm saying is correct. So we're using the scientific approach here to be able to rule out an inaccurate hypothesis. I know I am correct. I've proven it. Literally, you can watch 5 videos I've made proving this fact. But why is it that when I multiply my crit damage by 2, I get larger than a 2 times multiplier? And just because people are watching and maybe not everybody has all of the context, your character stat sheet is wrong. That is not the amount of damage that you have, and you should ignore it almost always. When you have a thing that says crit damage times 2, that just asks, did you crit? If yes, multiply the total damage you'll deal by 2. And you removed a multiplier to your skill damage, but not a multiplier that already has a 50 as multiplier. You're also increasing your all damage. All damage has nothing to do with crit damage. You removed a multiplier to your skill damage. That has nothing to do with crit damage. How did I get larger than 2? I'm not referring to only crit damage. I'm talking about additive damage in general. We are not talking about additive damage in general. We aren't talking about that. Talking about that would be a waste of time. How does this number go up bigger than times 2? That's the only answer that matters for us to move on to the next part of the conversation. And again, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm trying to walk you through the entire process so that you'll be able to confidently understand this. But why is it that this number goes up by more than 2 when I put on a thing whose only interaction with it is multiplying it by 2? It's not the stats. It's not all damage. It's not other multipliers on your gear. It's not a skill. It's not a glyph. It's not a seasonal power. It's not a mercenary. It's not Paragon. It's none of that. It is none of that at all. Why is this lying to you? Why does this matter? Multiplies crit damage. I'm gonna draw a hard line here, Vanilla. I need you to give me an answer to how it's possible that this additive bucket gets multiplied by more than 2 when I add on a 2 times multiplier. Because all of this refers to, there's no such thing as multiplying additive buckets. That's not real. That doesn't exist. That isn't a thing. There's no inherent crit damage on the sword. Grandfather does not have inherent crit damage. You do not. Grandfather's implicit grants you 150 all damage. And the item itself also has an all damage affix. The Grandfather does not have crit damage. And I just want it, you can see it on the screen. It does not have crit damage. The reason why the Grandfather grants a larger than 2 times multiplier to your character stat sheet critical strike damage is because if you were to take off all of your critical strike damage, if you were to have 0, your character stat sheet will show you as having 50%. Why does it show you as having 50% critical strike damage? Because the character stat sheet also includes a calculation that has the multipliers that exist for critical strike damage, ones that refer to it. Now again, these do not modify your additive critical strike damage. Nothing modifies your additive other than adding additive to it. But in your stat sheet, critical strike damage shows 50, even when you have 0, because of the inherent 50% multiplier that all characters have when they critically strike. If you critically strike, even if you have no crit damage on your build, you will do 50% more damage. That should already clue you into why you can't use this number to determine how much additive damage you have. And here's why. The way that the game calculates damage, and let's say you're only critically striking. The way that the game calculates damage is it takes your weapon damage. It has a 50% range. Don't worry about that. Let's say you're just doing average damage across the board. It takes the average of your weapon. It takes the modifier of your skill. Let's say it's 100% of your damage. So you're going to do 100% of your weapon damage. It then multiplies it by what you have as a core stat, your intelligence. So my intelligence is 343% damage. Let's call that 400%. Okay? So I would take my weapon average, my skill, which is 100%, so weapon damage again, times 5 for my intelligence. Okay, cool. Source damage doesn't have to come from weapon now? Sure. Sure. Stick with me. These are, I'm sorry, it's just like, it's a point that doesn't matter at all. Then you have your total additive. And your total additive will be all things which are relevant to the conversation, just like you pointed out. If it's all damage, of course it will apply. If you are fortified, if the target is vulnerable, if you did critically strike. Okay. So let's say, again, all you're doing is critically striking, and you have no other additive damage. I have no additive damage on my gear. My stat sheet says I have 50% critical strike damage bonus. How much additive damage should be in the calculation? Again, just my weapon, just intelligence, just a skill that only does 100% of the damage. I have no additive on my character. My character sheet shows 50%. How much critical strike additive damage should be in the additive bucket? None, exactly. So no additive damage should be in the additive bucket because you don't have any additive damage. Okay, we know we have critically strike. Let's go on to global multipliers. We check the boxes. Did I critically strike? Yes. Add a 50% multiplier to my total damage. Did I overpower? No, do nothing. Did I apply a vulnerable? No, do nothing. Do I have any aspects that modify my damage? No, do nothing. Do I have any paragon? No, do nothing. Do I have any glyphs? No, do nothing. So, if all I had was a weapon, a skill, intelligence, because I can't not have intelligence, no additive damage, and then I critically struck, I will take my weapon damage, multiply it by my skill damage, which would just return my weapon damage. I would multiply it by my intelligence, which is some amount. I would have no additive. I would multiply that by 1 because I have no additive. And then I will multiply my damage by 1.5 because I've critically struck. Are we on the same page? The 50% is inherent. If you crit, you do 50% more damage. You do not gain 50 additive crit damage. That would be terrible. You have 0 additive damage, and you have successfully crit. So you will do 50% more damage. So here's another great question. Same weapon, same skill, same amount of intelligence. I have 500 additive all damage. I have no crit damage. I critically strike. What should happen? Same exact example. I have 500 generic additive damage, and I critically strike. What should happen? So you take your weapon damage, multiply it by your skill, got the same weapon damage, multiply it by your intelligence by some amount. You multiply it by 6, because the way that you add up additive damage, you just take the amount of additive damage, divide it by 100, add it plus 1. So you multiply your damage by 6, and then you multiply your damage by 1.5 because you critically struck. When you crit, all of the damage you dealt is critical strike damage. When you overpower, all of the damage that you dealt was overpower damage. When you crit and overpower, all of the damage that you dealt was overpower crit damage. So it just looks for whether or not you add these additives into a single additive pool, not modifying them in any way, you just add them to the additive pool. And then it asks you which multipliers are now active because you have met these requirements. And the reason, because we're there. Int bonus, I've read that as crit chance in places. I don't know what that means. So intelligence as a core stat for, or maybe we're talking about a different class. Intelligence for the Necromancer is our core stat. Your core stat always increases your skill damage. Dexterity for the Necromancer increases critical strike chance. Oh, right there. Yeah, so int bonus, because we're a Necromancer. Int is our core stat. This grants us skill damage and all res. The reason why the Grandfather does what it does is because when you equip it, the character stat sheet not only takes the current value of additive damage according to all your multipliers and double it, but it also doubles the inherent 50% crit damage bonus that your character stat sheet includes in your additive total here, which again is wrong, and that's not how it works. So it not only doubles the inherent and add on an additional 50, but then takes that number plus an additional 50 and then doubles all of it. That is how you get larger than a 2 times increase when you put on Grandfather for your additive stat right here. I don't have 1,956 critical strike damage. I have 290. I also am wearing the Grandfather, the Essence Glyph, the Iron Golem multiplier, etc., etc. So it overinflates this number right here. I don't have 11,000 additive overpower damage. I have 1,600 additive overpower damage. I don't even have 1,400 all damage. I have 869. These numbers are overinflated due to there being multipliers which say that, and again, I'm not confused as to how people got here. This says it increases your critical strike damage by 100%. The thing that always really helps me to be able to show this off, and it doesn't always get through to people, but try to stick with me and let me know if this helps. Here is my Blight. I successfully crit. It dealt 263,000 damage. I thought your original argument was that multipliers shouldn't multiply additive buckets in general. I don't care how the game works. I don't care what the game would do. I care about what the game actually does and how it communicates to us. But I can't stress this enough. Adding on multipliers to make these buckets bigger for a build that doesn't very specifically have things on it, so like this, this ultimate, and this ultimate have things which read your stat sheet. Until this was true, your stat sheet was always lying about how things impacted your damage output because they are not multiplying your additive buckets. That's not happening. Additive damage is a static value, which is the total sum of all of it that you have in one bucket. There's no modifying of individual additive values. That doesn't happen in the game. That's not how it works. That's not how any of it works. Until, at least for the Necromancer, they added in things which are now calculated off of your stat sheet. So like, here's a really, really good example. Bloodwave gains a multiplier. Are they going to extrapolate that to other skills? I don't know. I'm not the developers. What are my thoughts on that? They shouldn't, and I have vehemently opposed them adding anything to the game which does, because it only leads to confusion. Corgi, what's going on, boo-boo? I miss you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for posting leggies. But attempting to optimize a build by asking the question, what will make my stat sheet have the largest numbers? Without those numbers being read by systems which read the inflated value, is the wrong way to build your character, because you are not getting the outcome that you're attempting to. Oh yeah, Corgi. You'll enjoy this. This is Raven's new Corgi Shepherd mix. It's going to look at something. So the skills which, so for the Necromancer, things which read from your stat sheet are Bloodwave, Army of the Dead, Bone Storm, and Deathless Visage. But I cannot stress it enough. Building your character to make these numbers as big as possible is wrong, because you're not getting the outcome that you want. You are not only often are you actually getting a significantly better outcome, but now you can't make informed decisions about why it's happening. So learning that is one of the first things that goes a very long way to make you better at being able to make a build. Do you think we can have permanent grow for 100% crit chance and replace crit chance on gear with CD reduction? Crit chance on gear with cooldown reduction. There aren't places on the Necromancer's gear where you can do that. I disagree. Sure. You can absolutely disagree. It makes the game worse. It makes it harder for people to understand it. It makes it more confusing. And people will not be able to make informed decisions. But you can like that. But it is factually bad for the game. Oh, people think that by making their overpower number here as high as possible, they're making their build good. And they think that they have this much overpower damage, when in reality, they actually have a completely separate, very large and insane amount of overpower damage. Like, to give you the example, you like complexity? Sure. When you have 40,000 maximum life, just from maximum life and fortify, you have 20,000 overpower damage, which doesn't show up in your character sheet. But to answer your question, Kogarashi, yes, currently minions can enjoy 100% uptime on 100% crit chance as long as you can maintain your ultimate 100% of the time. There's nowhere on your gear for you to get cooldown reduction instead of critical strike chance, except on amulets where you already don't get any of either of those two stats. Does cooldown reduction affect the grow witch power? No. Means having ultimate up every 6 hours. No, I read what he means. I read what he said. Replace crit chance on gear with CD reduction. That is physically impossible. You cannot accomplish that. Replace Perdition with Shaco? You wouldn't do that because Perdition says you have a 60% damage multiplier. Damage over time, I feel like it's really left behind in the current state game. You're missing something. You're not missing something. Dots suck. because they can't crit and they can't overpower. And the strongest thing in the game is to overpower. The question, literally the question is, can we replace crit chance on gear with CD reduction? There's nowhere to do that. There's no piece of gear where you can accomplish that. There's no piece of gear that has cooldown reduction as a stat and critical strike chance as a stat where you could interchange them. Except, again, on an amulet where you already don't put either one of those stats. Yeah. Don't let you cook again? You're not failing. So, to give you something here, can you, instead of putting critical strike chance on stats, put more maximum life or core stat or additive damage? Sure, you absolutely can. If your build has 100% uptime on an ult during this season, you do not need to have crit chance anywhere else. The reason why you wouldn't use Shaco is because Shaco doesn't offer you any damage multiplication, and you don't need survivability. The +4 skill ranks does not apply to any of your minions' damage because they don't apply to passives. Air of Perdition grants you a 60% damage multiplier. So there's nothing stronger you can put on your build than Air of Perdition. It actually has almost nothing to do with the crit chance currently for minion builds. In previous seasons, it was incredibly important because you couldn't reach crit cap and attack speed cap and have all the stats that you wanted without it. But this season, you very specifically don't need it, but there's no helmet that offers more damage. All right. I love you all very much. That was a fun hour-long little trip that we took. I gotta work on this. I gotta work on this tool. Glyphs. Glyphs is working as we intend. Did I make glyphs over here read properly? Glyphs. Nope. You don't even want to tell me about the monstrosity you're cooking up right now? Is it Army of the Dead? It makes you a little sad that none damage boosting. None damage boosting? It's overpower minions. Stop it. Stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing, and how dare you. Now, if you can get the numbers high enough, 3% chance to proc does grant on average an amount of damage, which could be higher. Like 3% of your overpowered total multi could be higher than other sources. Use Shaco with Army of the Dead and grow. That's kind of niche. Sure. Yeah, you could do that. You shouldn't need that. You should be able to proc cooldown through the proc itself and the minions. But you can do that for sure. Like, there's a big... So, whenever I give an answer, I want people to understand there is a difference between what has been proven to be optimal and what you can do and have success with. These are two completely different topics of conversation. But when I give somebody the answer, I give the best answer, which is according to optimal play, so that they can seek to play optimally. Because often somebody who needs the answer to a question would not know how to have success without attempting to do the optimal option. Yeah, no problem, Vanilla. Okay. So glyphs are now in. I made dominate according to that. Did I do that everywhere? I did it for bloodbath. Okay. What about aspects? Oh, I didn't do it for aspects. Did I do it for aspects? Did I do it for aspects? Excuse me. I did. I'm so fucking good in the past. Let's go. Oh, baby. Shaco on Bone Storm. Gave me a great damage increase over Air of Perdition. Shaco on Bone Storm. Shaco. I don't even own a Shaco. That's how bad of an item it is nowadays. Shaco on Bone Storm. Shaco on Bone Storm. Gave a larger damage bonus. That is mathematically impossible. So I don't know how that is true. But if you are experiencing that, you are experiencing that. But I believe it is some other facet. The +4 ranks to Shaco, even if you don't have anything else that grants you ranks to Shaco, is only a 28% damage increase. Air of Perdition is a 60% damage increase. So it is 24% stronger. So you can't be doing more damage. That's impossible. You might be doing damage more often. Because life increase. How much life do you have? You have 22k. Let's say Shaco was 4 of that. I don't think you're going to get another 24% damage from a difference of 2,000 additive damage. And that's with like a triple Masterwork crit GA maximum life roll. This would grant you 2,000 more additive damage. So like it's the difference between going from 12 times multi down to a 10 times multi. So like if all you had was additive damage, Air of Perdition is still 4% more damage. Well, it's equal to the difference of 1.24 divided by 1.2. So Air of Perdition is still a 3% damage increase, including both things. So that's without any other ranks to Bone Storm, and with only getting additive damage just from this overpower source, which is like obviously not true. It is mathematically impossible to do more damage with Shaco than it is with Air of Perdition. Like in the best case scenario where I made the argument the strongest against what I'm saying, it's still mathematically worse. Is this like a in-town versus in combat where one isn't showing up? Does Fist of Fate works with all damage? All damage that you do is modified by Fist of Fate. Error Perdition increases which damage exactly by 6%. Error Perdition increases the damage that you do in total by 60%. There is nothing which only multiplies certain types of damage. There is only, did you meet the requirements? So when it says it only increases overpower damage, that's just not true. If it's a multiplier, it just says, did you overpower? If you did, gain a new multiplier. See? Everybody, this is why I wanted to make my video series, actually. Yeah. Fist of Fate used to not apply to everything, but now it does. I just want to say that for a long time I advocated for an accurate damage calculator because it helps with testing and theory crafting. This is going to solve a lot of speculative issues when build making and knowing best options. Yeah, as long as I make it right. Thorns, auras, lucky hit procs, do these use weapon damage? No. So technically, kind of yes, but not really. So when we're talking about these things, we're talking about flat damage values. They are damage values which are just an integer. Under the hood, many of them are based off of your weapon, but others are just the number. So, Ebon Piercer, see how it says Ebon Piercer does 0 damage? It's because Ebon Piercer's damage scales off of your weapon damage. So, Ebon Piercer is basically a skill in that it has a coefficient of your weapon damage. Thorns is just an integer that you gain. You start at 0, you gain up to the amount that you gain. That, in the calculation, is used as if it was your weapon damage. Things like Ultimate Shadow. Ultimate Shadow, you'll notice, has different damage numbers because even though it is a flat damage number, it also scales off of the weapon that you have. But in the calculation, it replaces your weapon damage. The only issue, so flat values that just have a number are effectively your weapon damage with your skill damage in the calculation for eventual output. All damage can have damage tags. So it can be shadow damage, it can be burning damage, it can be poisoning damage. That will read anything which says modifies shadow damage. Am I also making a YouTube series? Yes. I'm going to make 8 to 10 minute long bite-sized pieces explaining each part about damage. Would you like to know how critical strike works? Here's how critical strike works. Would you like to know how overpower works? Here's how overpower works. Vulnerable. Here is how on gear damage is dealt. How to calculate your damage. The impact of core stat. I want to make like a video series about each one of these things. And to do all of that, I have to have an appropriate damage calculator. So I gotta make this. Okay. Also, let's get rid of these things. How good are you projecting minion Necros to be? How good are you projecting minion Necros to be when Mendeln is fixed? Mendeln has been, for the majority of it, fixed already. It is a B tier build. Do I want to make the weapon table? What Bacterial has said are the numbers. That's why in my video, I wanted to couch that. In my video, I included that information because, and this is in part due to like our own inaction. When we did the math for this season, Minions was going to be a B tier build, probably topping out at around 120. It ends up being a little bit stronger than that just because of like how strong witch powers are, but not enough to bump it up another tier. Then we found out Mendown was broken, and we didn't know when Mendown would get fixed. Then we found out Mendown was supposed to be fixed, so there was no reason in updating the tier list because the build was going to get fixed. So we put a disclaimer in the build guide explaining that, but B tier is as high as it's supposed to get. Then it didn't get all the way fixed, but again, we don't have a date for when it's going to be fixed, but it's mostly functioning at basically at the level that it's going to be. So it's still a B tier build. Once we found out that it was broken and we didn't have a date for when it was supposed to be fixed, we should have dropped it down tiers so that, see, here's the issue though. It's a B tier build. That's how strong it is. If we changed the tier list, people would ask me, how strong will it get? We were always going to get these questions, and I was never going to be able to educate people without talking to them, because the tier list could never educate people on it. So there was no winning solution. So I just left it at the tier that it should be if you consider everything to be fixed. Am I only doing necro builds? I only have the game knowledge to do a necro build. If somebody wants to take this when I'm done with it and just replace all the values, but with other classes, they absolutely can. But I do not have the game knowledge to accomplish that. Excuse me. So I have Aspect, I have Paragon, I have Glyph, I have Passive, I have Additive. I have this, so I need to make a passives table. Sorry for the flashbang. Now here's a problem I'm gonna run into. See how I originally couched a bunch of these things where like, here is, you know, my expectation for whatever, and boopity 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 boop. I can't build a damage calculator that will show you a real in-game outcome. I can only show you what your max damage is and give you the range and show you what your DPS range should be as long as everything is active. I can't really make it smarter than that because like things like Creeping Death. I could technically add a toggle to Creeping Death that says how many crowd control effects do you believe you can apply to a target? And then it will give you a number for that, but that won't tell you how much it does against an Unstoppable or against a boss. So I'm just putting it at the maximum value that it applies to Unstoppable targets and bosses. Technically, it both overperforms and underperforms that number. There's no way for me to make it smarter. So I refuse to do so. Yes. Not in Excel, not anywhere. You actually can't model the totality of the game because damage applies to two different monster types differently based off of things which you can't apply like a real number to. This one I'm creating, will it be updated every season to account for seasonal powers and effects? Is that too much work? The cool part about after making this is that the addition of new aspects, that's fairly easy to do. The addition of new passives, the addition of like different skills and stuff like that. That's all fairly easy to do. The thing that is hard to do is put in the time and effort to add the seasonal powers, The cool thing, though, is that typically those are just a small handful of multipliers, and I can leave a thing in there which is just seasonal powers, and you just add that to the calculation. So both yes and no. If I'm being really, really honest, I'm a fairly lazy person, and I don't see myself maintaining this forever because I'm lazy, but it will exist and anybody can update it for themselves. I think that's pretty cool. And you know what? I think that's pretty cool. Wait. What's happening here? And then for Reaper's Pursuit, I have to very specifically put number on skill bar. And Reaper's Pursuit has to have a table, no, a drop down. That goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Done. That's it. Here, and actually let's add conditional formatting, which says that is empty is yellow. Oh, you can't do that. No, so don't make it that. Is equal to 0 is yellow. Is greater than 0 is green. Then I need to add 0 as a value. And then set it to 0 as the base. Then this has to be B times D multiplied by this one. So we're going to put in 1. One. So these actually need to be selectables. What's the highest amount a passive can get up to? Oh, I was deeply hurt. Can men get pregnant? My sub hangs on your answer. Can men get pregnant? Of course they can. A person with a functioning uterus and the other parts of the anatomy, I was not an anatomist, can get pregnant. If you have a functioning uterus, the ability to have an egg implanted into your uterine wall, and the biology that maintains a fertilized egg and then eventually induces mitosis to form a human being, can give birth. Or get pregnant, I guess. Oh, I was deeply hurt by paladins. Would this calculator be available to the public? Yes, it will be. Men deserve maternity leave? We absolutely. It's fucking insane. I have a baby. Let the woman do it. She just gave birth to a baby? She will be fine. I'm Comcast or whatever fucking insert company here. We're going to do it this way. Boodly boop boop boop. We're just going to say 50 is the upper limit. Oh, wait. 219? No, 218. Let's go, baby. How you doing, trolling? Let's add conditional formatting. Delete. Add is equal to 0 is red. Done. Add another rule. Is greater than 0 is green. Yo, be good, trolling. In Quebec, you have paternity leave? That's insane. You fucking communist. You disgusting communists. Oh, that's awesome, man. So, this... It's 1 plus this. But Reaper's Pursuit is going to be a little bit different. Because if I just add that here... Oh. Oh, right, because it's 0 times 0. Yeah, let's fucking go, baby. Let's go, baby. And let's just like add a bunch of these on. Okay. The devs balanced Quebec. Let's go. Stream reported for misinformation. Oh, what's up, Zulzu? Oh shit, I didn't even realize it was you. How are you doing, bud? You can't report the stream for misinformation. That's not a thing. This is a damage calculator for Diablo 4. But I appreciate your energy. You're great. We have that at the uber capitalist place I work. It's very interesting dissonance with their otherwise solely profit-driven shenanigans. Well, it just turns out, Frosty Dog, that... So the very funny part about like hyper-capitalist ventures. It's that ultimately you have to have a workforce. That's why they're trying to, you know, eclipse the workforce with AI and robots. It's not the illegal immigrants stealing your jobs. It's AI and ChatGPT. But it turns out that turnover rate is one of the largest, most costly parts of running a business. So in keeping healthy, happy workers, companies are the most profitable. That is just a true statement of the current workforce. So you'll see a lot of very profit-driven companies where either the CEO has a lot of like culturally strong interpretations of what it means to be a good worker. Like I worked for an entire Indian company. They worked me to the bone, to the point of mental collapse, to the point where I left the industry. But also, we all observed Diwali, and I was given, you know, like a traditional garb, and we spent the entire day sharing food and celebrating. We all came into the office and then celebrated Diwali. So both keeping your workers as happy as possible has always been shown to be the most profitable that a company can be in a long-term scenario. And also some companies, just the person in charge just thinks something is important. Trolling, don't type while driving. Now let me introduce you to the compensation plan. Well, they also hope that you don't talk about money with other people and that you're largely kept in the dark about how much you're actually worth. But things like paternity leave being like part of the package of benefits does not really confuse me. Okay, so now we have, these are passives. Can men have babies? Of course they can, bud. It's called biology. Fucking learn some. Imagine not knowing biology and talking to a biologist. Imagine talking to a biologist about anything, ever. Fucking stupid. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in debt. So, if this is working this way... Let's just leave that there for a second. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. There we go. I love Zulzu. So all of these are showing true multi. Did we get the new crib? We don't know yet. So it is very likely. So for people who don't know, we put in an offer on a house. It's at the top end of what we can afford, but we are able to put down 20% for the house, which is pretty cool. Not everybody in my area is putting down 20% anymore. And the people who were selling the house were trying to sell it very quickly because sadly they have somebody in their family who's experiencing medical issues, so they need the money. And as much as that sucks, the outcome of that is there was a pretty good chance that because we can offer them what they're asking for the house and 20% down, that amount of money would entice them to be able to take our offer, especially if other people aren't willing to offer as much for a down payment. We were supposed to hear about it yesterday. That wasn't why I had to leave stream. That was a completely unrelated thing. Sorry about that. That was just like a little family emergency. And we were supposed to hear back from them yesterday. And we didn't. And we didn't know why. And our real estate agent didn't know why either. And then we woke up this morning to a message saying that the reason why they hadn't informed people of any offers that they've accepted was because the person who was having the medical issues experienced a stroke. So they were no longer even aware of whether or not they were going to continue to attempt to sell the house. And again, horrific. I wish nothing but the best for these people. I hope that this person pulls through. We were also informed that somebody offered about 40 grand more than us over the asking price. 40 grand over the, like 10% more on top of the house. 400,000 to 440,000. But they also only offered 50% or 50K down. So ultimately they will get more for the house, but they will get a significantly smaller amount immediately. Whether or not that is relevant to their decision making is something that we'll have to let the gods decide. But there's a good chance we don't get the house. There's a slim chance we do get the house. There were 11 other offers on this house. And while that's a little bit staggering, considering it only had it only showed for 2 days. What was I saying? Here's how I think about it. Every time somebody buys the house that we don't get, as one less person searching for a house in the area that we are searching. Considering we went to 2 open houses that day and we saw the same person at both of them. So, at least for right now, I'm not like heartbroken. It is what it is. It be like that. It's the 3rd house we've gone to see, so I'm not like losing my mind over it. And we have many more months to be able to find a house. And the worst case scenario is just we continue renting here from a really awesome dude. So, not that I want to be, but you get it. Yes, unless places are working for Zillow, for sure. This one was not, but so that's passives. We already did glyphs. We did. Get rid of Polar. Get rid of this. And get rid of conditional formatting. So this is T. Oh, we can just get rid of all of them now. And we can get rid of passives. We can get rid of Collar. We can get rid of this. And we can get rid of conditional formatting. Okay, so right now, without anything else going on, I can make this damage calc work. But I want it to be better. My spider sense is tingling on this one. I know I don't have any details, but that deal doesn't smell right at the first pass. I appreciate that. It seems sincere, but I get that. I I was like, this is all very interesting. And also, our offer is contingent on an inspection anyways. So, okay, so we have to remake our sacrificial table. I think I just have to remake all of it. Let's remake all of it. Ah. Delete. You know what? Let's just delete this. Let's just delete that. Now let's make a new one. Sorry for the flashbang. Minion sacrifice. Let's make it really nice and clean. So, what do I have here? Sacrifice. Base. I feel like I could take this. No, I feel like I could take all of this. Sacrifice? Although I do want to give it a different color. This will be purple. Sure. Base. Active. Sacrificial bonus.
You have to understand how things are up here.
Memento Mori. Okay, so this is Reaper. Shadow. Base is 0.2. This is Mage. So this is Cold Mage. Vulnerable. 0.2. This is Bone Mage. I'm basically just gonna remake all this functionality right now. Yeah, I guess so. Overpower. That's 0.3. And this is Blood. No. This is Iron Golem. Critical Strike. This is 0.35. Additional formatting should only go down to 5. And then
You have to understand how things are up here.
drop down should just be removed. This should be remove. This should be all. Gray. Okay. So, sacrificial will be equal to
And how things are up here.
this. So this needs to be wait. Okay, so we have to ask except conditional formatting. So is equal to 0. Make it red. And is greater than 0. Make it green. Okay. This will be equal to if this will be bonus. This will be equal to this multiplied by 0.2. So this will be if this equals yes, Then 1 plus this. If not, 1. One plus this will always be true. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom, baby. I have to do this. This. Bada bing, bada boom. Value. If C2 equals this, then value is 1 plus this multiplied by this multiplied by this. Bang. So, if yes, Reaper currently grants you a 1.2. If Memento Mori becomes active and I put in a rank, I gain a 20% multiplier on my 0.2. Grants me the 24. So I'm currently gaining a 1.24 multi. And on top of that, if Sacrificial is active, then this modifies the outcome. Let's fucking go. I know what I'm doing is very simple. This fucking is so cool to me. This is so cool. You can just do this. Anybody can do this. And since it's all contingent on whether or not this is active, you have to activate it. So it doesn't even screw itself up. Let's fucking go. All right, I'm gonna stop hulking out now. Okay. This is so cool. You know, many people could not do this. Well, you know what? All those basically 2 years having to kind of half do SQL and have to just drop shit into Excel and just pump out reports because they wouldn't give us access to be able to query for ourselves from the database. Paid off, baby. Although I was mostly just doing fucking pivot tables. And what is the one, the nested what in what to be able to return a value you want? Okay, so now that we have that, we also have to define. So it's the thing that will in Excel, it's a this nested in a this function, a VLOOKUP. And everybody just swapped over to VLOOKUP, or everybody stopped using VLOOKUP, and people were using VLOOKUP, and then people were like, why the hell would you use VLOOKUP when you can nest a something in a something and do it this way? And then it doesn't matter the orientation of the data. Yeah, index match. Because index match, the data doesn't have to be oriented in a certain way to like put a certain row before the other one, right? Because VLOOKUP always can only search in one direction, or I forget what it is. Look, I've been out the game for too long. I remember that VLOOKUP had a limitation, and I think index match doesn't have that limitation. So everybody's like, you just gotta do an index match, and it's like, how about you suck my pinor? How about you suck my pinor? Let me do my job. So, this is all true except for this one, which doesn't have Memento Mori. XLOOKUP is the newest one? Let's go. Does XLOOKUP just do what index match did, but as a single function? How much does attack speed affect the numbers? It depends on the... It depends on a lot of things, but basically... most Necromancer builds can attack anywhere between almost 2 times per second to a little bit more than 3 times per second. That's kind of like the... You can go from like 1.5 times per second to 3.5 times per second. So you can a little bit more than double your total damage output by hitting max attack speed. Basically, yes, I'll take it. Now, we also have to define the build that you are. We have to get rid of total here. So I have to make a list of build types. With a drop down. Build type. And this will be Shadow. Vulnerable. Critical Strike. Shadow. Vulnerable. That's it. Shadow. Overpower. Critical Strike. There is Vulnerable. Critical Strike. There is Overpower. Critical Strike. And then there's Critical Strike. So maybe, so hold on, let me do this a little bit differently than what I'm currently doing. Put it over here. Bonus. Mori. Ranks. Build type bonus. Okay. So now this has to be a drop down. Yes. Okay. Get rid of these. Okay. So this will be equal to if this says Shadow vulnerable. Critical strike. Then if not one. And this means I can activate. Fuck. Let's go, baby! Is that accurate? Memento Mori. 1. Why didn't this do that? Oh, shit. If this is yes, and this is this. No? Oh! 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 Let's talk about it! Okay, let's make sure everything's working correctly. Okay? So, if I activate Reapers, I should gain a 20% damage multiplier. If I am this kind of build, which is a shadow build which does vulnerable damage and crit damage, I now do 20% more damage. Accurate. Now, if I activate Sacrificial, Sacrificial should grant me a 55% damage multiplier, or a 55% value multiplier to my 0.2. This is equal to 0.2 multiplied by 1.55. That grants me a 31%. So now this total multiplier is now a 1.31, which is modifying this. If I add on Memento Mori, and I put 1 rank in, this is equal to 0.2 multiplied by 1.55 multiplied by 1.2, grants me a 37.2. Okay, great. If I put on Overpower, nothing changes. If I put on Vulnerable, yes! is equal to a 1.372 multiplied by 1.2. Yeah, baby! Let's fucking go. That's so cool. Y'all, when I started off doing this is not where I thought we were going to end up. This wasn't where I thought we were going to end up, but look at that! It calculates your total bonus based off the build type defined by the sacrifice you have with the sacrificial aspect and ranks to Memento Mori. Why isn't this working? Oh. I do this. I can. Let's fucking go. You turn off sacrificial. Boop. 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 Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. 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 Turn off Memento Mori. Bada bing, bada boom. Turn on Memento Mori. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, do I have to do this one too? Yes, this one has to be this. Wait. Oh, I also have to do this one. Let's fucking go, baby! Big! Huge. Now, build type number... Oh, I have to do an ifs. Which is here. And to do this properly, I have to do... Let that fail out for a second. Let's do critical strike. If K2 is equal to critical strike, then this. If not 1. No. So let's leave some of this active. Okay, so this becomes K2 is equal to overpower critical strike, then overpower critical strike, overpower critical strike is equal to 1.3 multiplied by 1.35. If K2 is equal to shadow overpower critical strike, then it is shadow multiplied by overpower multiplied by critical strike. If this equals shadow vulnerable, then it's the product of shadow and vulnerable. If not, okay. If K2 equals vulnerable slash critical strike, then it's the product of vulnerable times critical strike. You dumb baby. Okay, so crit Accurate. Overpower crit. Accurate. Shadow overpower crit. Accurate. Shadow vulnerable. Shadow vulnerable crit. Vulnerable critical strike chance. And then we get to add in sacrifice. Sacrifice. And this is equal to this right here. Oh! Yes. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Did I try D2 Reimagined? I did not. No. That's sick. Ava, are you here? Is Ava here? I need someone to appreciate how fucking excited I am about this. Yeah, what up, Trev? Ava, why'd you abandon me? I also need water. I'm insanely proud of this. Let's put them in alphabetical order. Oh, they are in alphabetical order. All right. All right, cool. Everybody, Ava. 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 What if I told you that as part of my damage calculation, I made a fully functional calculator for your sacrifice bonuses according to your build that's user error proof? Okay. So here's your sacrifice bonus. Let's go to minion sacrifice. Okay? Let's talk about it. Let's pick the build that you are. Okay? I'm going to be a Sever Necromancer. That means I do overpower and critical strike damage and shadow. And I want to know what my final damage multiplier is. Okay. So, I want to activate the Reaper multiplier. Activate my Bone Mage. Oh, I could put ifs functions to set these to yes or no. No, but then you wouldn't be able to toggle it yourself. Okay. And I do crit damage. So without anything else, this is my current multi. I'm this kind of build. If I was only a critical strike damage build, this would be my multi. But I'm this kind of build. This is my multiplier. But what if I have sacrificial aspect active over here on my aspects tab? We'll go ahead and activate that. We're going to put that on a one-hander. And that will modify your sacrificial multiplier, which will modify the values of these, which will then... We'll do a little rounding here. Modify your bonus here. And then, what if I have Memento Mori active, and I have all 4 ranks, because I have a Shroud of False Death on? Let's fucking go! So cool. Hater says, I am hung very well. Very, very well. And this stigma isn't discussed enough. It isn't easy at all. Big responsibility. I appreciate your consideration and concern. I appreciate you and the struggles that you have. You know, you sit down on the toilet to pee like a man, and it dips in. Nobody talks about this. Nobody talks about having to heft it the entire time. Salute you. Will it be easy to update this? Oh, yeah. Most of this is just copy and pasting the logic. But dude, I'm big proud of this. A dashboard would be sweet. What does dashboard mean in this context? Like, do you mean like creating like a UI where this is all on one thing and you input it? Can you even do that in Google Sheets? The only place I've ever done something like that was in like Salesforce CRM. In Power BI? You should do this in Microsoft Power BI. Is there a form of visualization of the product that will blow your mind? Unless you want to KISS. Yeah, but not everybody has Microsoft products. No, there's Evangelon. Appears my shirt is stuck on channel 2. Yeah. I turned the knob to 3. It didn't do anything. I am the most proud of this thing. Do I want to automate this? No, because then you couldn't mess around with it if you wanted to. What if somebody's just a vulnerable build? Do I want to future-proof this? Just Shadow. Just vulnerable. Just overpower. And then... So I have Shadow Vulnerable. Shadow Vulnerable Overpower. Shadow Overpower Crit. Sorry, Shadow Vulnerable Crit. Shadow Overpower Crit. Shadow Vulnerable. Is it ever just Shadow Crit? Or... So, overpower. Well, let's turn all these to yes. Overpower reads, if K2 equals overpower, then this boop. Then just crit works, overpower crit works, just shadow. If K2 is equal to... Oh! What just happened? If K2 is equal to just shadow, then this. If not, just vulnerable. If Kate, God damn it. I could just be doing it this way. Equal to vulnerable. Then rip. F2, yes. Then this. Shadow crit. If K2 is equal to shadow critical strike, then it is the product of shadow times critical strike. Okay, future-proofed. Yo, what up, Filmic? We are building out my damage calculator. And we are fucking crushing. That's also pretty good. Okay, let me grab some water. Let me run ads now. Let me grab some water. Twitch already had ads. Sick. Thank you for the likes on the YouTube stream. I appreciate you. All right, we'll be right back. Nope. 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 Okay. Our baby. We're back. We're back. Thank you for your patience. Okay. What else does this need? Yeah, do you like my top? It needs a weapon selector. What, Thanzo? How you doing? Thank you for the follow, by the way, Agrippago. Sorry I missed that. Can you trade occult gems? You cannot. Weapon. No problem. Oh, shit. Yeah, what up, Huckins? How you doing? Thank you very much for the follow. You found me on Twitch? Welcome to the Twitch stream. Hmm. This is like a lot of work to make a weapon selector. What's the TLDR of the tests? We're not really testing anything. I'm just making a damage calculator. It's pretty clean. I'm very excited about it. Oh, this needs to be... A weapon selector is actually a lot harder than you think it is. What up, Snowman? How you doing? Because, and I don't mean this in a mean way, people won't be able to do it themselves. And they're going to go, but I use a dagger and a shield. And I'll have to say, what? You fucking do what? I'll go, I use a dagger and a shield. I'll go, what? You what? Also, what's better for your Lightning Spear build? A 2GA Air Perdition or a 2GA Harlequin Crest? Whatever is recommended on the max roll guide. I don't play Lightning Spear, so I wouldn't be able to answer that for you. Anybody play Lightning Spear and know what they recommend? It's Shaco. If the build guide recommends Shaco, I would recommend that. So you go here. You go to the build guide. Sork. Endgame. Lightning Spear. Yep, it's always Shaco. So you want to run Shaco as well. Seems like it's relevant for cooldown reduction. Necromancer. A dagger. And focus. So that would be 198 to 298. Equal to 198 times 2. Equal to 298 times 2. Mighty Max, thank you for the follow. Coffee time for you? What up, Leighton? How you doing? So wand and a focus should be the same. Axe plus a focus should be 153 to 229. 198. Oh no, hold on. 217. Three 5-2. 325 rather. Okay, that should be the same as a sword. Scythe plus a focus. Okay. And down still bugged? Most of it has been fixed now. So then shield. That would be axe plus shield and size plus shield. Then we have a dagger plus shield. Three, 5, 6, 5, 3, 6. I like that. 5, 6, 2, 5, 3, 6. Dagger plus shield. 1 plus shield is the same. Dagger, wand, axe, scythe, so dagger, wand, axe, scythe, sword. Dagger, wand, axe, scythe, sword. Then I just need two-handed sword. Gives me 859 to 1267. 1287. Two-handed axe, two-handed mace, and two-handed scythe. Are all slower. Wait, what? Wait, whoa. the fun bug. Delete. There we go. So it was 5307 5302794. 5302794. And then change this to a sword again, real quick. 477 2715. Okay. Was Titan's Fall and Apogeic Furor not working? Was Titan's Fall and Apogeic Furor not working? I don't know what that's in reference to. One-shotting Uber's fast pitch feels good. Honestly, it feels better than B tier. Awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. They need to give the rune words free or game is dead. DLC stole my game. DLCs have to add new stuff to the game. That's just true. But I don't think the game is dead if everything that's released in the DLC is also just released to the base game. You also don't need rune words, like, to make good builds and stuff. The only thing that they enable are, like, very specifically builds that need to overpower that can't normally. But, like, Banished Lord's Talisman already exists, so... So, or my one-handed mace. You so right. Ifs. I was about to have a meltdown on Reddit. Do you know why all weapons seem to have a flat DPS even though they show a range? I've not seen with anything other than 595, 200 swords, 500, but not sure about others. They always seem flat. Weapon types have a range. That is, so the word flat doesn't really, here's the word. Weapon damage ranges are static according to their type and item power. A two-handed sword always does minimum 477 damage and maximum 715 damage. That is a static range of an item power 800 sword. And that is just how weapons work in the game. Why did I stop typing? Oh, it's because I wanted to look at sword again. Excuse me. The Enigma Cube. Okay. 1.5 to 63. Okay. Boop. I've done sword plus focus. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This will be dagger plus shield. Three, 5, 6. Wand. Axe. Hello, madams. Welcome home. Dagger plus shield, wand plus shield, axe plus shield, mace plus shield, sword plus shield. I do one. There should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There should be 12 in total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So what am I missing? Dagger and focus, wand and focus, axe and focus, mace and focus, scythe and focus, sword and focus. Dagger and shield, wand and shield, axe and shield, mace and shield, sword and shield. I need scythe and shield. Okay. Then, if it is two-handed sword, or 7/7. Two-handed axe. 530. Two-handed ace. That doesn't help me. Okay. Then I just have to take these numbers and put them somewhere else where I can see them. This one. So this is the same. Except it is 596, 596, 623, 623, 623, 623. Then it's Dagger Shield is 536. $536. Action Shield is 585. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then Two-Handed Sword is 715. We have 794. 794. 794. Okay. Then we just insert a drop down where we just make it H11. Let me get rid of all of this. Fuck yeah. Okay, great. Okay. Then let's go, baby. We cheated, but we got there. Okay. How do we feel about the username Ruth Bader Goonsberg? I don't know that woman's proclivities or her sensibilities as it pertains to the use of her name. I don't know. I think it's a pretty unique name that really gets to the heart of degenerate gay culture in a way that's kind of, well, it's more like Xbox Live on COD, or like nowadays like Apex Legends voice comms, I guess. Sure, it makes me want to turn the Nintendo on. Turn this into, oh, I forgot. This is getting green screened. Well, get bent. Now, what about skill percent? You just gotta put in your skills damage. I don't know what to tell people. You just gotta put in the percent. That you just have to. You've got to do it. Hey, you know what? At some point, y'all gotta do it. Y'all gotta do it. At some point, you have to input it. I don't even need core damage. It's already there. You gotta put these in. You gotta put in this one. I think we're ready to go. What else does this need? Oh, it needs this. Hold on. Boop. Boop. How do I embed? Insert a link. Bada bing, bada boom. Come check here. And if it's not here, get bent. I don't know what to tell you. Oh. Okay. So, min damage will be equal to. Hold on, let's put some values into stuff just so I can like. With a weapon. This is going to be equal to. I also need an amount of core stat. And I need a skill damage. So it'll be 150. This is equal to. This. Multiplied by. What's the calculation here? Okay. Multiplied by. One plus this divided by 100. Multiplied by 1 plus this with J. J. K. K. Divided by this. Behold. Behold that which is complete. Behold what I have made. Look upon it and weep. Look upon it and weep. For it is done. Change your weapon. Get different results. Change your critical strike chance. Get different results. Look upon it and weep. For you have now seen the glory of math. Glorious arithmetic. I think this is a thing. I think I did it. Input this. Let's see if I did it right. Let me calculate it myself. Okay. I'm going to have a 400. So let's calculate it ourselves. Let's do some calculations here. I don't know why I'm doing it this way. I just need a calculator. Calculation. No breathing. We're going to start off with our minimum. 415 minimum damage. Okay. We have skill damage of 150%. Or 150. So that's a 1.5. Did I get that properly? Yes. Okay. Core stat is 125, so that's a 2.25. We're going to... We have 100% crit chance, so that's a 1.5. We have 100% overpower. That's a 1.5. We have 100% vuln. It's 1.2. Monster DR is 0.85, so we're actually doing 0.15. Let's go check out everything. So, I'm currently gaining 100 additive just from having overpower. So I have 400 additive in total. This should say 5, it does. So that's times 6. I have a 1.05 multi from Epigeic on average. For Paragon, I have Bone Graft. Bone Graft is not in a 0.8. It's a 0.08. Okay. 1.08. I have Abyssal Glyph. I have 1 rank of Imperfectly Balanced. And for my minion sacrifices, I'm using Reaper. How did I get a different number? So I'm off by a 20. Oh, because I did... I did this +1, but I shouldn't, because this is already calculating that. This is already 1. It's already 1 plus. Yes. And if my minimum damage is this, my calculated damage was 7,264.98, baby! Oh, it's a fully functional calculator. Now, there are some issues. There's some issues. There is some issues. There's some issues. There's some issues. There's a little bit of an issue. There's just one little itty bitty issue. Just one. One little itty bitty issue. Just one. These guys right here. These guys right here. These guys. These little guys right here. There's one other issue too, which is minion damage. Glorious evolution. Glorious evolution. You see, Batman. Do you want to know how I got these scars?
I'm going to let you pray for me tonight. You shall die exquisitely.
Okay.
So, here we go.
You know, Batman. I didn't know. How? Okay. Now, I can make some of these things better. So I can also add in this. Where this could include by product of oh. I just don't care. If you want to modify the outcome to add on additional multipliers, you just put them there. Do you think anyone really cared where they came from, especially Batman? You see, Batman, do you want to know how I got these scars? My father. So I could also do multiply by let hold on. So it wouldn't actually be that hard, right? So let's let X. Okay. So okay. All right. One more part. It won't be that hard. So this has to be multiplied by let X if if this is less than 2, then x, if not 1, where okay, I have to remember how this function works. So hold on. So it goes, let x equal if where the value is defined, then do this. True. Okay, so then it's, is it let x it is let x be defined by if my value is defined by something, then true, true, if not 0, then you define x. Or you can modify x. Okay, so it is let x be defined by the if function. That aspect is less than 2. True. If this is true, if it's not, let it be 1. And then we just define x. Okay, so it is let x be defined by if this value is less than 2, is true, if not 1, and then x is defined as this value. What am I doing wrong here? Okay. Why do I look like Edward? Because my green screen's picking up a yellow shirt I'm wearing. What am I not getting here? Let's make this really, really simple, real quick. This is such a terrible example. Let's just do blighted. Right? So let's make it if oh, I get it. 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 Oh, no. That's okay. Multiply by let x be defined by an if function, where the if is, for this one, if this less than 2, then this, if not 1, and let that define x. Okay, so this should go, if I turn this off, it shouldn't be less than 2. I should have my normal damage value. Then, depending on which one I turn on, so yes, it's a 1.9. So 8905 divided by, 8905 divided by 1.9 is our 4.6. Okay. And then aspect, I instead do this one slightly higher. Okay, cool. So aspect here. No. Okay, great. Easy. So then I do that all again, where let x be defined by if this one is greater than 0, then return this one, if not 1. Where I should get, so I'm at 46. (46 times 8 is 32. Plus 48 is 37 with a little over. Okay, there we go. Okay. We are cooking. We are cooking right now. And then the same thing. But aspects 4 is greater than 1. Then aspects 4. Holy. Dude, this kid is I'm in insano mode right now. Okay. Now, how do I have to modify the other things so that so that it says all of this? B2. Okay. Average should be based off these two. This one should just be this times that. This one should just be this. We incorporated the weird aspects that wouldn't fit into it base. I could have done that in the, now that I'm like thinking about it, I could have done that in the base calculation too. I would just have to set if functions to it. I guess it doesn't matter where it happens. This is a little bit. So, hold on then. I could actually just, I don't even have to do that differently, right? Right? Aspect. Yes. Modifies this. Okay. 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 So then I can actually take it out of here. And then it's all, it's where it should be. Yeah, so that's cleaner. That's a lot cleaner. Yeah, I could just put it there. Yeah, okay. Okay. What else? So the only outliers here are Blood Surge. And minions. Is there anything else? People are going to be confused or upset when they go to use this with everything working in his hand, only find that a lot of things don't. I mean, you're not wrong, but like, I mean, part of the marketing of this thing is that it will serve as a good tool for people to be able to test whether or not in-game. Oh, I'm making a bold statement with that. Ah, fuck. That's not so. The statement I was going to make is, well, this will actually work as a really good tool for people to be able to say like, hey, I turned this on, I put it on in game, it didn't do what it did. That's only true if the tool I've made is accurate. Because it's one of the things is it is very likely that, like, I'm not currently capturing everything. Like, I don't have unique items in here. I don't have scaling on ultimate skills in here. Blood Surge will be inaccurate. People won't know how to put minions in. It doesn't properly calculate the difference between blood and not blood. Drop down. Yes. Done. Conditional formatting. If text is N, red. Add another rule. If text is exactly Y, then green. Then this will be blood. Blood. Multi. This will be equal to. So this will just be product of this divided by this value. What? Oh, hold on. Oh, right. Yes. Right, because the only difference is just these two. But I actually want this to be if this is equal to yes, then this, if not 1. Okay, so then this needs to include multiplied by this. So it's currently 8679, 8679. Okay. Then this also needs to be put here. Okay. So we've captured that now. You have to activate whether or not you're a blood build. There's no other way around it. Okay. And then the thing I'm currently missing. Also make sure this is still reading. E2. E2, yeah. How is that possible? I don't know. So then I don't have unique items in here. Like unique multipliers. I can make a list of unique items. Oh. When you need the value for weapon damage, then they would still have to add that. No. Weapon damage automatically, weapon damage is, you just select it from the drop down and it puts it in here. Yeah, I put every weapon combination. I'm trying to make this real fucking good. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to really fucking put in some work here. So again, the only other thing I don't have is like unique effects. It's just because those are like really, really, really transformative. Like, I could do it. Yeah. I could do it. I could just make a list of unique items with a yes, no. Spit out a value. Ah, fuck me, dude. You make it adjustable. I can make everything adjustable. That was another thing I was thinking of. Like, so for glyphs, I don't want to make this adjustable. I just don't want to. This is what the maximum value from a glyph is. You'll eventually get there. Right? Aspects, I could make these adjustable in a more reasonable way. It would just like take me a hot second. Yeah, I would have to spit out the value. So I would have to create the equation that takes the number and then scales it. And then, you know, tie it to the one base plus value times. I just don't want to do that. That's just so much work. If somebody else wants to, like, what if I hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me put some stank up on it. What if in the video I say, I'm looking for contributors. I'm looking for contributors to do some of these things. And I'll put your name in the front page with it. And whatever links you want with what you contributed to. Because we could make this better. We can make it so that you have to input the aspect values. Because these have, you know, these all assume 100%. If somebody wants to make the scaling range for the base of the glyphs, and if somebody wants to make the list of unique items, people could even go so crazy as to make the skill with skill level 2, and then you could just select the skill. I could also all do this tomorrow. I could do all of that tomorrow. That's like another 5 hours of work, maybe. The fucked up part is I'm going to give this out for free. And that's not like a, oh, congratulate me for it. It's just like this exists because Riv the developer made it. You know? And like, obviously this isn't pretty, it's an Excel sheet, but it's also like pretty fucking cool Excel sheet. The fucked up parties are gonna get yelled at about this for free. Holy. Oh, that's too real. You must really love Lilith. I do. Now, real quick. Oh. I mean, we gotta test it, right? We gotta test if it does what I said it will. Okay. I say this works. Let's go test it. For some reason, sometimes the first time that I boot up Diablo 4, it like just crashes. We're gonna test it on Ebon Piercer. Hey, Diablo. Can I play the video game? It doesn't even show Diablo as an active application right now. That's wild. On exit out of Steam as well. Maybe something weird is happening. I don't know. I'll wait. Okay, game. Okay. So let's do this. How do we do this? Let's go. Evan Piercer. Let's go. Let's figure this out. Okay. That's all fine. Put in Abyssal. Oh, I don't have key passives. I should put in the key passives. Okay. That's kind of easy. All right, let's take this character. Let's take this character. Okay. For me to do this, 6, 9, 8, 7. So let's take a two-handed mace. Six, 9, 8, 7. How do I reverse engineer this? You engineer it, then you do it backwards. Thank you. Six, 9, 8, 7. Which one is this one? This is D. That should be fine. Yeah. All right, core stat 736. This will be 0. 0. 0. For aspects, I won't have any aspects on. So for additive damage, I currently have all damage is 30. Guess I should call this all damage. I'm just gonna leave it as damage. Well, it's called all damage here. Also known as damage. I have 30. Damage Witch Shadow, I have none. Damage versus elites, I have 156.7. Okay. Go turn this to an elite. For aspects, I have no aspects on. For Paragon, I don't currently have any Paragon active. For glyphs, I have Abyssal. For passives, I have 3 ranks and imperfectly balanced. I have 16 ranks in Reaper's Pursuit. And number of darkness skills, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 7 ranks in Gloom. I have 3 ranks in Coalesce Blood. I have 3 ranks in Memento Mori. I have Shadow. Memento Mori is active. I have 3 ranks. I am just a Shadow build. I also have the 3 ranks in Death's Embrace. God damn it. Stop it, please. I hate you. Okay. So, where are we going wrong? Stop firing twice. Please, in the name of God. What is this game? Still slightly off. 8-6. 8-6. Let's just do the base skill then. The issue is that it has oh. Did I turn off damage variant? It's still slightly too high. Okay, so some part of this is slightly off. I don't think that's it, but... Like, I'm slightly outperforming the damage I expect to be doing, right? Six, 9. Okay, let's try it this way. How much am I overperforming it by? 8, 6, 7, 9. By 10%. Where am I missing 10% damage here? Where am I missing 10% damage? My abyssal? No, my abyssal is showing accurately. Yeah, my abyssal is calculated properly. Because, like, when I do the math, I'm getting the same number that my calc is getting, which makes sense. But oddly enough, I know how to do the math. So the calc is right. I'm missing something. According to what I've put in, the calculator is correct. 32 per. $32 per. So let's just go through and check stuff, right? That's accurate. I have Rathmas activated. D2 is accurate here. Minions should be experiencing another small fix, yes. Where am I missing 10% damage? This is activated. You deal 10% increased non-physical and another 10.4. The minion sacrifices accurate. I should actually feed them into here. And not put them in here. That's just a little minor thing. It's not additive damage. Oh, that's all accurate. What am I missing? So let's look at the things, right? We have the 3 ranks in and perfectly balanced, yes. We're not activating any of this. We're not activating any of this. I am close. I'm not activating this. I have these, I have these, I have this. I'm not activating anything else. And my 3 ranks here, I'm not activating anything else. This is not relevant. Paragon. Paragon. Period. Period. It really doesn't go that deep, huh? I'm just off by 10%. Oh. So I have to do this again, but rather than believe that I calculate it correctly, let me calculate it from here. So, okay. For additive damage, I have 30. $156.7. Nothing else. So this is equal to this multiplied by 2.867, which is how much additive I came out to, but like whatever. Okay. For intelligence, 1.92 equal to this multiplied by 1.921. For Book of the Dead, I have Memento Mori 3 ranks, which is 0.6. So this is equal to 0.2 multiplied by 1.6. So this is equal to this multiplied by 1.32. I have nothing else. I'm getting Memento Mori because I have all my sacrifices turned on. I am gaining a 1.15 from Imperfectly Balanced. Okay. I am getting a 1.06. I'm getting multiplied by 1.18. I'm getting 32 times 4. So that is 128. A 2.28. At the top end of this, I'm getting 14 times 4 is 40 is 56. So it's equal to this multiplied by 1.56. Okay, period. That's all there. None of this applies. None of that applies. For Paragone, it's equal to this multiplied by 1.1 as well as multiplied by 1.104. Equal to this multiplied by 0.15, which is what my average damage is, equal to this divided by 6, which is 7889. So why is it 10% higher? No, I did the met. This is what it is. I know this. I calculate this all the time. Are you applying Blight's damage? It's not in a Blight pool, so no. This is the value it should be. I just did all the math. Where am I missing 10% damage? It's exactly 10% damage. Where am I not getting 10%? I'm gonna reload my whole character. Where am I gaining 10% damage from? Strictly, thank you very much for the follow. I've calculated the damage of Ebon Piercer a million times. A million times. What is Reaper's at? I think it's 16 ranks. 16 ranks, yes. Where's the 10% damage coming from? What the fuck am I missing? Is there like a event going on? No. Yep, I did it by 4 darkness skills. I just recalculated it manually as well, but 4. Oh. Like, here's the thing. I just manually calculated Ebon Piercer's damage, a thing I've done a million times. I got the same outcome as my calc, and it's still below 10%. It's 10% less than it should be. Or sorry, it's 10% more than it should be. Howie wowie. Howie wowie. Howie wowie. Okay, let's do this. 52. Let's do 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. So I'm expecting to do between 8 and 1200 with an average of 1000 with the primary hit of this skill. And I crit the first time, obviously. Crit the second time. 1056. Oh, I have to include the skill. There's all the essence per second. Change my intelligence to 850. Excuse me. So these are all within the range that I'm looking for. I'm just looking to see the min damage actually get low. So I'm rolling near the top end of the damage a lot more. Well, I'm rolling average to top end. Like, I need to see like an 800 here to feel pretty confident about what I'm currently doing. We expect to see the top end and the bottom end at the same rate, roughly. As each other, is the point I was trying to make before my brain just turned off there. Oh, 52. Yeah, it's still 52. What up, Candyman? Welcome back. We made a damage calc. By every measurement I can come up with, it should function. And then the first thing I tried to test with it didn't work. Or at least it didn't work how I expected it to. Now so the only issue here is all these damage numbers are within the range that I've calculated. I'm just not getting anywhere near the minimum value that I've calculated, which would be 780. Are they considered basic skills? Nope. Basic skills will have the tag basic skill on them. So it's only your first 4 skills, and you'll see that they all say basic. If it doesn't say that, it's not a basic skill. No problem. Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm still not getting anywhere near my min. I mean, I calculated this properly, so it's... I don't know. It's not exceeding the maximum. So here's a major issue. Back in the day, you actually used to be able to see the damage range of skills. Skills have a hidden damage range. This skill doesn't always do 52% of your damage. Skills also typically have a 20% range. So, like your weapon has a 50% range. Skills have a 20% range. But at some point, all the tooltips were changed to only show average damage. The issue being that if you just take the average damage of a weapon and you don't show the range of the skill, then, you know, the average is always the average, right? Now, I know that makes sense, but half of your weapon damage and half of what the skill range will just get you the, you know, 52% times your average damage. But there's actually a range to skills and to effects. That's why you typically have to find a total range of 80% in a data set to know that you can confidently speak to the range of damages that you expect to see before you modify it. We don't know the range of every skill anymore, and they don't all appear to work the same. So I think my calculator is going to slightly underestimate it's going to paint a worse picture for your minimum damage than is probably accurate to the game state, but it's showing the proper maximum damage range and the proper average. So it's just like, it's a little bit pessimistic, I guess, is a way of saying it. And that's okay. Also, plugging in the numbers for what I have right here for Blight and testing it. So the damage number should be between 780. They should be between 780 and 1428. So, starting from here, if I start blasting, other than like crits and overpowers, you are never going to see a damage number outside of this range, which is good. That is a good thing. My minimum damage range is just a bit pessimistic. Is it possible that's just wrong? Kind of no. All of it can't be right if all of the assumptions are held true. Because the rest of my calculations are copy and pasted actually off of my calculation of the min. But swapping out the variable. So it can't do that and give me accurate range of damage and give me the accurate maximum damage. Like to the T, it's accurate for maximum damage. I got a 1425. My maximum is 1428. I've now fired off, I don't know, like 200 Blight Bolts. There's 1425 there again. Now, there is rounding error. Now that's a little bit of a part of it. There is rounding error here, where the thing that I'm calculating is counting as many floating decimals as exist, and the game does round differently than that. No, I've been looking at the actual hit. For dot damage, you would have to take it and divide it by 2x duration. No DR on dummy? No, there is damage reduction on dummies. Dummies have the same damage reduction as every monster in the game. If there was no DR on the dummy, this damage would be 10 times what it would be right now. So I've calculated the right damage for this attack. It's accurate. I'm shipping it. It really pisses me off that I couldn't calculate why was Evan Piercer's damage 10% off? Ah. Yeah, we'll find issues for sure. That'll happen. You know, when you've looked at something for too long, you can't look away. No, so like this isn't, so one of the things that's important to remember here is me attempting to test a tool I've made does not somehow modify like the total history of the game and all of the testing that we've done. We would be aware if damage skewed towards one end of the range. $961 is getting down there. If I could see like an 8, if I could see an 8, that would be chill. I would feel a lot better with an 8. Well, that's just it. Ebon Piercer is also always the same when you turn off damage variance. I don't necessarily need a different tool to be able to test it. I just need to figure out why it was 10% off. And it was a clean 10% too, you know what I mean? Like, almost convinced Glyph was applying a second time. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could do this where we turn off this glyph and I turn off the glyph. And this then modifies my elite damage down to 75. How wild would it be if we like discovered, if we right now discovered, oh hey, actually, 6987 was this divided by 662. And 55, 822. What else did I change? So 16 and 7. This is less than 2% off. I could accept 2% off based off of rounding errors. Yeah, this is, you know, less than 100 damage due to rounding errors. Hold on. Hold on. Abyssal. Honey. 850. Oh, hold on. Nine, 3. I think a bit. I think Abyssal Rune is applying twice. Okay, alright, okay, alright, okay. We're all having a lot of fun here. Okay, okay. If the only thing I change is Abyssal, if the only thing I change is Abyssal, and then all of a sudden my damage is 10% higher, exactly 10% higher than what it should be. Okay. Sacrificial. Okay. So. Sacrificial instead. Same multi. We're going to have a different amount of intelligence, 842. We are going to have a different amount of attack damage, 252. Was it 0.6? It was 0.2. Do I change anything else? No, no, I don't change anything else. It's just intelligence, the additive, and then which multi I have active. I have sacrificial active. Uh, 11.2. Let's go! First off, my calculator works. Let's fucking go. The calculator immediately found a bug with Abyssal. Yes! Ugh. I built this in a day in a cave out of scraps. Oh, shit. Let's go. Abyssal. Yeah, okay. All right. Hey, Abyssal Glyph applies its 10% damage multiplier to Ebon Bolts twice. And we found that because of my calculator. Let's go, baby. Oh, that's so validating. I was so angry that it was wrong. Oh, I was so upset that I was like, hey, I know I like communicated my frustration. I was seething on the inside of, like, my brain was on fire with the fact that the calculator was wrong, and there was no way for it to be wrong. Let's go, baby. That's fucking cool. Yo, what up, Sonny? What's good, Smokey? Okay. Okay, y'all. Oh, man. That is so cool. Recovering from pneumonia, my guy? Oh, me. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, I feel so valid. I feel so insanely valid. Oh my god. I'm gonna ask C-Todd if he can validate it, but... That's so incredibly cool. Oh, man. Oh, man. Not again. Redeemed which class? Necromancer? You picked the right class, buddy. Okay. So here's what we gotta do. Here's what we gotta do. Yeah, I just have to make a video now. This is good to roll as it is right now. Oh, man. All right. Let me get up. Let me run to the bathroom, grab a shirt that doesn't look like snow. Grab a shirt that doesn't look like snow. We'll do a dry run of this. I'll show the exact example here. Bada bing, bada boom. Excuse me. Yeah, all right. I'll be right back. Hey, thank you very much, Bacterial. Have a good night, man. Okay, so let's go again. Okay. For a very long time now, I've gotten an absolute plethora of questions that relate to basically every single system that exists in Diablo 4. But the thing that I feel like people come back to again and again and again is just not being able to just off the top of their head figure out how much damage they expect to do. Well, I kind of solved that problem, at the very least, for all of the Necromancers out there. Because I went and created a fully functional damage calculator. Now, there's going to be a couple caveats to this statement, but basically, I've made this thing as user-friendly as possible, as plug-and-play as possible, and all you need to do is fill in the small bits of green text here in the various sheets with the different aspects and passives that you have, and this thing will tell you not only what your average, minimum, and maximum damage is for a single use of a skill, but if you actually go ahead and use the attack speed mechanics resource that we have on Maxroll, plug that in here too, you can get a really, really close, I mean, within a few percentage confidence interval of the exact DPS you would expect to do against a target. And I'm going to release this out to all of you for free. You can go ahead and copy it yourself, look at how I've built everything, and actually help me to make it a bit better too, but we'll talk about that later. Let me go ahead and show you an example of how you could use this very thing to figure out how much damage you should expect to do, and we'll put it to the test and see whether or not it works like I say it does. I'm going to use both a kind of complicated but rather simple example here so that not only will you be able to grok it very quickly, but it'll be easy for me to go through the sheet and show you what you need to input to be able to make this thing work. Because like I said, it's a fully functional damage calculator. If you put everything in on your character onto this thing, it will tell you how much damage you're going to do. And for this example, we're going to be using Ebon Piercer. We're going to be looking at a single bolt of Ebon Piercer's damage and see whether or not the calculator can show us what it should do. So what I'm going to do is use the power of editing to go put everything into the sheet, and I'm going to walk you through the different things that I did so that you get a better understanding of what to expect, how it works, and like I said, we'll put it to the test in real time and see if the number is accurate. Also, something I should probably do is turn off this. Okay, that's a little bit better. That's better. Hold on. That's better. Okay, so we have, also, I can actually undo this because it can be in dark mode now that I've done all this. Okay, so skill damage is still going to be the 1055, right? Because it is a two-handed mace. Is equal to 6987 divided by 662. 1055.438, sure, whatever. For intelligence, I have 842. For additive damage, I have my all damage of 30. I have my damage to elites, which is 252.2. No aspects. For Paragon, no Paragon. For glyphs, I'm going to be using Sacrificial. For the skill tree, I have 3 ranks. I will have 3 ranks to Death's Embrace. I will have 3 ranks to Coalesce Blood. I have 16 ranks to Reaper's Pursuit with 4 skills. I will have 7 ranks to Gloom. And for the minion sacrifice, I will be a Shadow build. We'll turn on Shadow Reapers. Yes, I have Memento Mori. I have 3 Memento Mori ranks. Damage readout is this. Test damage. Okay. There we go. We have everything inside of the... There we go. I put every number into the tool according to what my character says in game. And before I go ahead and show you each individual field and how you put it in, this is the expected damage that each tick of my Evan Piercer bolt is going to do. And again, let's show you that in real time to make sure I'm not blowing smoke up your butt. And then let's go through the tool because I got to be honest with you. This is probably like the thing I'm the most proud of that I've ever made for any video game ever. So I'm very, very, very excited. Let's go ahead and see it in game. So we expect to be doing 11,233 damage per tick. The only caveat is that we have to allow Gloom to spike up a little bit. So I'll just go ahead and again use the power of editing once we get there. And now that we fired off a single one, we see our damage is 11.2. So again, just looking at the actual tool itself, we expect to be doing 11,233 damage per Ebon Piercer Bolt tick. Great, it works. Here's the hilarious part about this as well. When I was testing this on stream, and I guess you could go check the VOD if you really wanted to, I kept finding that my damage calculation was off by 10% while using a different glyph. And it turns out that after about an hour of trying to troubleshoot it, my tool was actually completely accurate, and it helped me to immediately find a bug with the Abyssal glyph. So if you've been playing the Blight Necromancer, it turns out Abyssal Glyph has been giving you 10% bonus damage, so shoutouts to a bug making us a little bit stronger there. But now that we've gone and geeked out and I've shown you that it works according to how it should, and it properly mirrors the damage that you're going to be doing in game, let's talk about how you can use this tool, what you need to understand about it, and then again, I have a call to action for people because I need help making this tool even better. I've put about 10 plus hours into this over the past few days, and while I'm kind of okay at Excel, there's a lot more that we could be doing with this to make it an even better tool for the community. But that's enough of me yapping. Let's go through the functionality. I try to make this as user-friendly as possible, so the only places that you're ever actually going to be inputting data for yourself is anytime that you see a drop-down, which will have set values that you can put in. If you actually copy this over to yourself, you'll also just be able to go ahead and type them in. And each thing is currently limited to the maximum value that it could ever possibly have. When you first step into the thing, you're literally just going to pick which weapon you use for your character. If you're using a two-handed axe versus a two-handed mace versus a dagger and a focus and whatever. I put every single combination you could put in here. The moment that you change this, it's actually going to start calculating things for you. So here, I'm currently using a two-handed mace, but let's swap it over to an axe and a focus. You notice that your minimum, your maximum, and your average damage immediately changes. You'll notice that your minimum, maximum, average damage immediately changes. You don't have to go in and physically input any of that data yourself. The first place where you're going to start putting in your own data is according to skill percentage. Now, here's where we could already make the tool better, but let me just explain how you can use it right now. Each skill in the game is going to have a percentage of your weapon damage that it's going to calculate based off your average weapon damage. Now, there's a whole bunch of ranges that go into that, but what you basically just need to do is input the number that you see. So a great example would be something like Corpse Explosion. And for these purposes, let's go ahead and remove it as a dot. So Corpse Explosion does 85% of your weapon damage. You just take that number that you see and you input it into the tool. So here you would put in 85%, and again, it already starts calculating things for you. The next important stat is going to be your intelligence. The intelligence that you have is going to be listed right here. You don't have to do any math. You just take that number that you see and you put that into the tool. So there we have 842. It's already going to calculate what your intelligence bonus damage is and already include that in the DPS calc. Now here's where things are going to get much more specific to your build. If you are a critical strike chance build, you're going to input a number between 1 to 100 because you can always cap at 100% chance to crit, and getting more crit doesn't help you out at all. This is going to automatically determine the multiplier that you get on average, as well as the additive damage from your critical strike sources, so you don't have to worry about any of that. You're then going to put in your maximum life. The reason why maximum life is so important is because for an overpower build, it's going to add on additional additive damage. So, a really good example here would be, let's say you had 20,000 life and you expect it to be overpowering 100% of the time. On a build like Bloodwave, it's going to pre-calculate your bonus additive damage from this. And then when you actually put it in from your stat sheet later on, it'll include that here. And then similar for your vulnerable. Now, that being said, not every single build is going to overpower 100% of the time. So this comes down to getting an idea of how often your build overpowers. Let's say you manage to overpower every other time. You would just put in 50% here to represent that. If you overpower 1 in every 5 attacks, you would put 20%. You just take the amount of times that you overpower over the amount of times that you do it, and you divide them out and you get your percentage. For vulnerable, though, this just comes down to how often can you apply vulnerable. Are you a Soul Rift Necromancer that always has that up? Then you permanently have vulnerable on your target. Basically, every build that seeks to be a crit build is also going to have vulnerable at 100%, so you could go ahead and put this in. But I made it so that you could change it if you wanted to, just for those cases where maybe you're a little bit, earlier level or whatever. This will basically either be 100% of the time or none of the time. And then there comes down to attack speed. Now, attack speed is going to be a little bit hard for people to individually grok. Luckily, we do have a resource on Maxroll where a lot of the skills in the game currently have their breakpoints calculated. Not everything in the game kind of works like this. Sadly, that's just not how it goes. If you're using any of the Maxroll build guides, almost all of them are going to be recommending the fastest possible attack speed that your character can get up to. So this will often, not always, but often be 3 attacks per second. So if you're not exactly sure of what it is, you could probably go ahead and put in 3 attacks per second. Again, if you're following one of our guides, we're going to have you max out attack speed on every single thing that you possibly can. Now, as far as the only other thing that you need to manually input from the first page here, you just have to include the double damage stat. Basically, every single core skill, basically every single skill on the Necromancer is going to seek to get up to 100% chance to either cast twice or deal double damage. You just take the number that you have in total and you input it in that field. And since it can only go up to 100, that's where it will max out, but you would just put in literally any number that you have. Are you playing Blood Wave and you only have 97% chance to double damage? You just put that in there as well. And again, it'll calculate it for you. Then we can go into each individual page. You're going to want to fill these out according to what you see in the game. I wish there was a way for you to download your character. I wish there were APIs. Sadly, there are not. So nerds like us are going to have to input it manually. But I went and I put every single additive damage that exists in the game for the Necromancer, and I put them into alphabetical order. So starting at all damage, which is also typically called damage, all the way down to ultimate damage. You just put the exact number that you see in game, not the one in your stat sheet, but the one that your stat sheet references. So to give you an idea, my stat sheet says I have 4,156 overpower damage. That's not how much overpower damage you have. I'm going to be including an entire playlist of like bite-sized piece videos going over all these different systems as they work in game, because I still see a lot of confusion around it. But for the purposes of what we're talking about, at the bottom of this little pop-out, it says you have 771 additive damage from your stats. That's the number that you put in. The same thing goes for crit. I actually don't have any additive crit damage. I just have up to 102 crit damage multiplier. So if it says 0 down there, you ignore it and you would just go through all the different damage types that you have and input them. Another nifty tool that I included is a real-time calculator of all of your Another nifty thing that I included is actually a real-time calculator of your total bonus from this source. So in this current example where I have some amount of overpower damage, and then we've also added in additive damage, right now on this build, this theoretical build, it's currently gaining a total of a 53 times multiplier from additive damage. So you can even see inside of each one of these sheets in real time what your bonus is, which should be able to help you to have a better tool for being able to theorycraft, swapping out stats to see what gets you the best one, and then you can make your in-game character match what you've done in the tool. For aspects, there's just 2 caveats here. One, for aspects, I try to make this, again, as user-friendly as possible, and the only thing that you need to remember is that basically you need to turn off aspects that you're not using. But again, going in alphabetical order, I included every single aspect that is in the game that grants you a damage multiplier that could be calculated. Now, there are other things that grant you, critical strike chance or attack speed, whatever. That's not something that this can capture. These are just the multipliers that exist. And whenever you apply them to your character, you're assuming that they apply at 100% rate and at the maximum value. Here's where I would like people to possibly help me out. We could change all of these fields to be input values that people would actually be able to individually change to match their in-game aspects. I've just run out of juice in my brain to make this happen. If anybody is willing to contribute to this sheet and the various things that I call out, I'd be more than happy to include your name, whatever socials you have, if you're a content creator, whatever. In this sheet, I'm going to be making a landing page basically to call out all of that. So if you're interested in doing some of that work, reach out to me on DMs via Discord and we can talk about it. I will probably end up doing this work myself. I just want to put that out there. But for you, the person using the sheet, here's the functionality. If you have apogeic, right? Apogeic, I actually made it a little bit smarter and I made this multiplier the average expectation for apogeic, not the maximum, just because it does have a kind of weird functionality here. If you were to put it onto any item that doesn't grant it a damage multiplier, meaning you don't put it onto your amulet or your two-hander, you just activate it to yes right here. It'll automatically calculate it for you. Now, that being said, let's say you did put it on a two-hander. It will also change the calculation to match that. And again, this will be your real-time total multiplier from aspects, and this will all feed in automatically to this front sheet. You do not have to do any of it for yourself or manually. You just have to tell the sheet which ones you have applied to your character. Now, the reason why there are 3 different aspects called out over here is because just the way that they would work in the sheet doesn't exactly make sense, because they're not a damage multiplier. They change your base damage output. So this would be Title, Reaping Lotus, and Bloodbathe. They all still work properly. So if you were to just go ahead and include them, it'll all properly calculate. But that being said, there's a reason why they're over here. For any yellow spaces that you see on the board, that's because these are utility aspects which can't be put onto a two-handed weapon, so you can't input them there. For Paragon, you're literally just going to pick which legendary nodes that you have picked up. So let's say I have Bone Graft, Blood Begets Blood, Bloodbath, and for whatever, Cult Leader and Flesh Eater. Let's just say those are the ones that I currently have active on my character. Again, in real time, it will calculate the total bonus here, and the only other thing that you need to swap on is whether or not you are a blood skill. The reason why blood skill is specifically called out is because Bloodbath both grants a multiplier to overpower damage, and it also grants a multiplier to very specifically blood builds. Now, yes, I also made these ones intelligent, where they'll actually reference the chance to crit, the chance to apply vulnerable, and the chance to apply overpower from the base page. So since Bloodbath grants you an overpower damage bonus, this will read that value. Right now you see I have a 17 times multi. If I were to actually change this up to 100, and go back over to my Paragon Legendary nodes, you'll see that we have a significantly larger multiplier, like I said. So Bloodbath will work like this. The Wither node down here will also read what your current intelligence value is. So going through and changing your intelligence will actually modify what the... Oh, hold on. I also made the Wither node actually properly calculate in real time according to the intelligence that you put in. So if you were to activate this and then go modify how much intelligence you have, like let's say you go up to the maximum of 2000, you'll see that back here it is now calculated a significantly larger damage multiplier because it's doing all of the math for you. In glyphs, you just activate all of them. This is another call out. Right now, I only have the maximum damage bonus that the glyphs grant. So these would be the rank 100 glyphs and the damage multiplier that they add as a bonus, and then the one that they get as a legendary bonus. If anybody would like to help me make a properly scaling range for these and be able to input it into the table, again, people would be able to change the level of their glyph to get a more accurate readout. At least for right now, it's currently calculating off of the maximum bonus possible. But going through and activating these various glyphs will work in the same way as everything else. They're going to reference back to your current crit chance, your overpower chance, your vulnerable chance for Dominate, Essence, as well as Exploit. And this will, again, in real time, calculate the total bonus. Just remember, you can only ever have 6 glyphs, so you should only... But just remember, you can only ever have 5 glyphs, so you should see 5 glyphs here. For the passives, I put the passives in order according to the skill tree. Well, I could put them in alphabetical order, and I guess you could let me know down in the comments if you would prefer it that way. I figured like people would probably be reading their skill tree and then want to input this information. So knowing that they are quite literally in order according to any of the passives that can actually grant you a damage multiplier, that you would just find it in that order. So we go from Imperfectly Balanced to Titan's Fall. Now, again, I put a maximum range here where you could put a significantly large amount of passive value. So you just want to double check that it is what you actually have in game. For your passives, it's going to assume that if you put them in here, you have activated them. So for Titan's Fall, it assumes you're fighting an elite monster. I can't make it know what in-game you are actively fighting at any time. It's, at the end of the day, it's just a Google sheet, right? But this is going to show your maximum potential against the best possible odds with everything active. For Reaper's Pursuit, I also included a toggle so that you can input how many skills on your skill bar are actually darkness skills. Because Reaper's Pursuit grants an additional damage multiplier because Reaper's Pursuit total damage multiplier is based off of not only its value, but how many skills are on your skill bar. So for this example, I have 1, 2, 3 skills. Before this was a darkness skill, so that would have been 4 skills. And that's why here you can put that in there. This obviously caps out at 6 since you can only ever have 6 skills on your bar. And then I'm going to be honest with you, this is probably the thing that took me the longest, but I am the happiest with how it came out. This is going to be related to whether or not you are sacrificing your minions. So the first thing that you want to do is actually select which type of build you are. I've included every combination that there exists. Either you are a shadow build, meaning you would only be using the Reaper shadow bonus. You're an overpower build, so somehow you're still using skeletal warriors and your golem, but you are sacrificing bone mages for some reason. I put every single combo. So if you're overpower and crit, like a typical blood build, you would select overpower and crit. If you're just a shadow build, if you are my sever build, so it's shadow, overpower, and crit, or maybe you're not overpower, you're just like a pure sever, so that's shadow, vulnerable, and crit. This is related to the multipliers that you're trying to gain from your sacrifices. So you would select whichever one. So for our instance, I just picked Shadow just to make it simple, but let's go ahead and use Shadow, Overpower, and Crit here. Okay, great. Now you know what build type you are. The next thing that you need to do is activate the sacrifices that you've picked. Since we're a Shadow build, we're going to activate our Reapers. We're also going to activate our Bone Mages for the Overpower. We're going to activate our Iron Golem, but it goes even further than that. Do you have ranks in Memento Mori? Memento Mori says that if you are sacrificing both of your skeletons, you gain a bonus. So yes, I have it active and I have 3 ranks in it. So I would just swap this over to yes active and I would put my 3 ranks. But it goes even further than that. Maybe you're using the sacrificial aspect. Back in the aspects page, you'll see sacrificial is right here, and you can either put it onto like a ring, an amulet, or a 2-hander. So for our example, let's say we put it onto an amulet. It will take the value of sacrificial and automatically apply it, not only in here, but in the total calculation of your bonus, applying it appropriately to the skeletons which have been selected and applying it to your build type. Now let's just see if it's broken, right? Let's also activate Cold Mage. Oh, nothing happened. Why did nothing happen? Because I've selected a build that is Shadow, Overpowering, Crit. Again, I tried to make this as user-friendly as possible, basically removing your ability to screw up if maybe you're just new to how this will all work or just using a tool you've never seen. But I'm incredibly proud of this one. I'm just going to gloat a little bit. I'm going to pat myself on the back. I did not know how to do all of this in Excel when I started trying this out, and I'm just really happy that this works this way. Also, shoutouts to one of my boys over on Maxroll, Icy Troll. He helped me out a ton with understanding how to nest certain functions to be able to make this happen. So shoutouts to him. Thank you very much for your help. But when all is said and told and you input everything here into the sheet, you are going to get your average, minimum, and maximum damage range for a single use of your skill. So whatever this example was, my character is currently expecting to, on average, do 135 million damage per skill use. And if I was attacking at 3 attacks per second, my average DPS expectation would be 400 million damage. And there you go. It's a perfectly working, perfectly functional damage calculator, just with a few caveats. Now, how do you use this tool yourself? Because obviously you can't manipulate it since I'm going to be making it viewer only. The way that you're going to do this is you're going to pop open file right here and you're going to make a copy. Making a copy will make it so that you own your own version of a Google Sheets with all of this in it. And you can just go ahead and save that onto your Google Drive or just leave it there in your browser cache. Now let's just talk about a couple of the shortcomings of this, because there are a few, and there's just no real way for me to make this without being able to code and make it like a complete like Diablo 4 planner version of a damage calculator. Now, obviously Maxroll is working on one of those, but I really wanted to have something like this to better my own theory crafting and get a better expectation of what I think a build should do, which will help me with making tier lists when new things are added to the game. But again, let's talk about a couple of the shortcomings. There are a few noticeably missing things. One, I do not have the seasonal powers in here. Now, it wouldn't be too hard to add that in, and I'm thinking of a few different options. One, either just fully creating that every season until a damage calc exists somewhere else with some other developers actually getting paid to do this kind of stuff. But what I could do is I could actually just add in a unique effects input field here. And all that you would need to do is calculate those multipliers. So if it's a 15% damage multi, you would multiply, your average damage here by 1.15, and it would put it in there for you. Now, obviously, anybody who understands what they're doing here should be able to do that as well. You'll also notice that unique items are currently missing from this. Why? It's because unique items are both kind of easy and also sometimes completely revolutionary to the functionality of a thing. A fairly simple example would be Blood Moon Breaches. Blood Moon Breaches grant you a 50% critical strike damage multiplier. So I could put in a field that says, if yes on Blood Moon Breaches, take 50%, multiply it by your crit chance, and add that to your expected average damage multi. That's not the worst thing, but there are other ones. Kesmi's Legacy, obviously. Do I just turn this on for its maximum benefit? Do you want to be able to see the average damage output? Do you want to be able to calculate the damage value from its effect as well? That takes a lot more energy. If somebody was willing to contribute to this damage calculator from the community and make a list of activatable maximum damage value considerations for the total list of unique items, I have no problem putting it into the calculator. We are just going to start getting a bit further away from true expected damage outcomes. One of the examples there would be something like Black River. Now, we could just assume that you always have 5 corpses and that you always consume all of them, and then calculating Black River's bonus really isn't that hard. And again, if you just want to see what the potential total maximum damage is, we could go ahead and toss that in. But what if you only ever have 1 corpse on the ground and you looked at your DPS value and it's nowhere near what you're seeing in game? There's no way for me to really account for that. So unique seasonal effects and unique items, those two are currently missing. And then there's the issue of skills that have multiple damage components. Blood Surge is a prime example of this. It has a Drain and then a Nova. Now, technically speaking, you could just put this 20% and this 70% together, get 90%, and plug that into the calculator, and that would give you the expected damage output of draining a single monster and dealing damage to that same monster with a Nova. Now, there is the aspect that only applies bonus damage to your Nova. There's a fact that Blood Surge is going to grant a damage multiplier according to how many targets you've drained. And there's Crew War's Embrace. Crew War's Embrace is going to increase the number of times that you drain. And because it increases the number of times that you drain, that increases the expected multiplier even against a single target. And then on top of that, I can't really account for how many targets you're draining at any given point. And then also the aspect which Bloodbathe, which only applies, and then the aspect that only applies to your Nova damage would get further and further away from being able to easily apply to this. Now, I could basically recreate this calculator just for Blood Surge, or just for Blood Wave, or just for Sever, to be able to account for some of these things. But that feels like a little bit of overkill at this point. And then there's also just the example of something like Blight. Blight Bolt does instantaneous damage and also damage over time. So I would have to change the DPS calc to completely ignore your percent chance for overpower and crit, and then also have it calculate damage over time, which again isn't too hard, but we're basically recreating the entirety of the tool for just Blood Surge, just things like Blood Wave with either Title or Kesmi's Legacy on it, or very specifically Blight. And again, that's just, it's a little bit too much work for right now. And then there are weird outliers. There's the creeping death aspect, which technically grants a multiplier per crowd control effect you've put onto a target. So against trash monsters, you can get up to like 6 or 7 different abilities. So that's technically a 140% total damage multiplier. But versus an unstoppable elite or a boss, it's only a 40% multiplier. How do you really calculate that? So in some of these instances, it is going to assume a best/worst case scenario for how realistic it is to apply. This could very easily be converted over to be able to calculate dot damage. You would just have to input the number of seconds on it. Now, I can very easily retrofit this to be able to calculate dot damage. That actually wouldn't be too hard, and it's probably going to be one of the next things I do for this project. But I wanted to get this out there because, again, immediately upon testing it, we found a bug that is getting us an additional damage against Blight. And then upon testing it even further, it showed that the calculator was, again, within like a 1 to 2% range, completely accurate to what we were seeing in game. And that's mostly just rounding errors. I wanted to get this out to you, and I wanted to get some of your feedback. I want people to test it out. I want you to send me in some debug reports. You know, the best place would probably be down in the comments here, or again, through my Discord. I might end up just making a thread in my Discord, which is linked down in the description, to be able to talk about bugs for this tool. And hopefully people are very invested in it. If people were interested in helping me keeping it up to date as we go season to season, that would also be fairly cool, because inevitably, you know, this thing is just going to break down because the game's going to change. But until that point, we have something really cool on our hands. And hopefully this helps out people who either are new to theory crafting or just didn't exactly have all the tools that they needed or didn't know exactly everything that you need to consider. When I do my theory crafting, this is basically what I do, but by hand. So now I personally have a tool to make that a bit faster for myself as well. The other thing that I would love a ton of help with is to be able to retrofit this for minions, because each minion has its own damage coefficient, and then also you have to consider Mendeln. So to be able to get an accurate DPS output on this, you need to have a lot of different factors that obviously this single row of input data really can't account for. Maybe people like Bacterial out there will help me out with it. Yes, I called you out. Sorry, bud. Maybe you can do some of this work with me. But let me know what you think down in the comments. Again, thank you very much for checking this out. I hope that helps you out. Remember, just click File. But remember, just click File, make a copy of it, save it for yourself, and then you'll be able to manipulate everything as you did. Don't try to delete anything that you find in here. If you do, just come back to the original one, make a new copy of it. But if you delete stuff, it's going to break. And I'm not going to come and fix your individual sheets for you. Let's just get ahead of that right now. I am not IT support for this thing. I just put it out there in case you want to use it. But that's it for me. Thank you very much for watching this video. Again, I truly hope that it helps. I hope that you enjoy the cool. Again, thank you very much for watching this video. I hope that you enjoy the tool. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. There's been a big old influx of new subscribers to the channel, so I appreciate that as well. We're going for 100K before the end of this year, so I can finally get that plaque. So if you don't mind clicking the button and hanging around, I'd love to see more of you. Let me know down in the comments what you think. I'm always down there as much as I can, answering as many things as I possibly can. But at this point, if I go any longer, my girlfriend's going to kill me. We're supposed to go to the gym right now. So thank you again for watching this video. I truly hope that it helps. And I look forward to seeing you in the next one. All right, everybody. Copy. Paste. Paste. Ugh. Ugh. God, I'm tired. All right, everybody, I got to go eat dinner and then go to the gym. Damage calc video. Oh. That's it. Let's go find somebody to raid. I'm so happy about this. I'm so happy about this. Let's bookmark this bad boy. Let's go find somebody to raid. Anybody playing Diablo 4? I mean, like, the season's over. All right, let's go hang out with Panda. Let's go raid Panda. Oh, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten since like 1. No, not even like noon. Yeah, it's too long. All right, y'all. Let's go hang out with Panda. Thank you so much for hanging out today. Thank you for letting me bump ideas off you, asking questions. It helped a lot with a lot of these different things. If you find anything, you know, like I said, you know, hit me up in the Discord. But yeah, that's it. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kapkun krap, sawadi, gute Nacht, hasta mañana. If not, have a great weekend. And remember that we in the working class must stick together. It is the billionaires that are seeking to spread us apart and cause division and to turn us against one another. It's not left versus right. It is up versus down. It is us versus them. We are all in this together. Never forget that. Your common person next to you has so much more in common with you than any of the billionaires who think that they can tell you what your life needs to look like. I love you all very much. Stay safe. Protect the people in your life. I'll see you all again. Bye-bye.